last time, we got chucked in a pit, dug our way out, regained our abilities for the most part as the Sandfox. If I can open the right menu. We have the blackjack, the foot wraps, lockpicks, the climbing gloves, and the Kashai chest plate, which still kind of questioning the logic of a chest plate that lets you smash through floors, but we don't really need to focus on that. We're only missing 4 abilities, though. According to the save file, we're only a third of the way through. So it may actually take a third session to beat this game, unless we really speed along this time. Which is entirely possible. I don't know how any of this scales or how any of this is timed. I didn't look at how long to beat or anything for this as of yet, because when we started this, there wouldn't have been any times available. The game had literally just come out. And I saw no reason to look for it yet. Otherwise. But we started off somewhere around down here, and then we climbed our way up to meet up with the fellow prisoners and other underdwellers over here. Dug our way around through a bunch of stuff, stole some stuff from the Underkings, used that as leverage to get through the Iron Hold, clambered our way through the Cinnabar mines, facing off against these weird dust devils that live down there, and some sand zombies. And then we had this whole situation up here that we're still unpacking, including getting a rich prisoner transferred. Which we already took care of that. That's actually why we're currently right where I am now, is we're at the office where we did that transfer. Because past me thought it'd be funny to set me up for failure when I came back. Last I seem to recall, we were working on getting up to Kareem there, which I thought I had an idea for, but we didn't actually manage to pull that off, so I think we're currently slightly stuck on that regard. Oh, speaking of stuck, those two are also very stuck, so that's fun. That happened while I was setting up. Speaking of things that are stuck, though, there has been a patch. They supposedly fixed the guards getting stuck on ladders, among a bunch of other bugs we experienced. So that's good. How much of that's actually true, we'll have to find out as we go. But with a little luck, that should help out a little bit. I'm coming back here in the hopes that it was just a matter of I was tired and rushing and did not properly observe something I should have observed. That will allow us access to where I'm trying to get to over here.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
Still some debate on that one, lady. Like, I think this just leads up to where the fast travel is. Mouse cursor off screen. Yeah, this is just where the fast travel spot is. In a lot of these spots, there would be an opening above our friend here, but this spot doesn't have one. And it really does seem...
The Sandfox knew this grate couldn't be passed right now. It would have to be remembered for later.
Yeah, it really does seem designed for us to use the slide, so the slide must be somewhere I have access to that I have not gotten to. Which, unfortunately, leads me to think it's down in here. Now, you might be wondering, well, why is that unfortunate? You probably weren't here last time, toward the end, if you don't know why that's unfortunate. But I'll explain. This area kinda sucks. It's full of poison plants that kill you the second you touch them. Or any of the gas that comes off of them. And we had to go back through here like 6 times because of a jump I was trying to make over here, not realizing I could have just fast traveled past it because sometimes I'm stupid. So the area itself's really not that bad. It's just annoying and inconvenient, I suppose is the best word for it. Now, as to actually getting to either of these spots, I have to presume I can't get to this one and have it be useful because it's a breakable floor. And you'll notice that there's no access point aside from the right there. So I have to be able to get through there. But yeah, the teal markers are slide points. Okay, so yeah, we should be able to get through there, presumably. And we can't access this bit above here immediately, at least, unless there's some climbing spot here I didn't notice. There's also the possibility that there's something else in the lungs of spring over here that I did not figure out that I could do, which is always a possibility. Like, I would not narrow that possibility out entirely yet. But these are the things I need to think about right now, you know? That this is the opening moves of our little dance here. Whether any of them will lead to anything, that's a whole other question.
I am your humble guide. Say the word and I'll get you where you need to go.
Well, we'll see if you're actually going to get me where I need to go, or if you're just getting me where I told you to take me. Is we may as well start from the first idea we have, which is going back through here to see if we can get to that breakable section. So I'm pretty sure this is pathable in reverse. And if you heard the doubt in my voice, well, good news, you're attentive. Congratulations, you're right. I do very much doubt that this is gonna get anywhere. Also, I feel like we did check this now that I think about it. Yeah, because this is not clearable. We need, like, a mask or something, presumably, pass here, or some manner of double jumping or gliding or anything that would allow us greater passage. Which explains why this has a different marker on it. It's got a blue marker, which I don't think we've seen that shade of blue anywhere on this map before, except here. We also never went over to the Sandglass Shrine either, which I'm pretty sure we can get to at this point, so maybe we should just do that. Get that out of the way, since that is one of our quests, and maybe that will actually lead to something important. Unfortunately, I do have to either take the long way around or die. Preferably before I find a safety spot, so let's go ahead and just accept the gas into our life right quick. There we go. See where that puts me. Okay, very good.
Is there elsewhere in the kingdom you need to be?
Oh, I need to be everywhere in the kingdom right now, my friend, but here will do.
As you wish. This way.
Now, with a little luck, this actually will amount to something. Right, this pillar's too small, but we can just run up this wall, so it'll be okay. We can also drop off the music sheet while we're here.
The player furrowed her brow. I cannot play this on my instrument.
So the music sheets don't go to them. Interesting. Well, we'll figure that out in the future, I suppose. If we run into somebody else that can play music.
The Sandfox sensed danger nearby.
Oh yeah, we can grab that now. The thing that's up there. Because if it tells you anything about how long it's been since we've been here, we couldn't even wall run anymore when we originally were over here. No, actually that might still not be reachable. No, we have to go around for it, which might be doable. Find out. It may just be a case of I was still too green at the game and didn't want to toy around with the guards too much by this point. Come on, turn around. Sometimes you're gonna get a whack in the head to turn around. Just douse that in case he turns around, but I don't think he does. I think he's another stationary idiot. Okay. Right! We couldn't climb even the wooden bits here, I don't think, without the climbing gloves. Afraid of splinters, I suppose. But now we can grab this.
An ancient text engraved by Maro of the Kashai. He spoke of Rashid, the navigator, one of the 8 gods of the desert. The stone was carved with 5 stars and a compass rose, the symbols of Rashid.
Alright. Learning a little bit more world building, learning about the gods, just a touch. So Maro, I think, might be the first one without an animal name, but maybe that's one of their names and they have an animal name as well. Now, I will say I was slightly spoiled by the achievement list as to one other ability that we have. And I think I mentioned it last time as well, that exists. I won't say what it is, but let's just say the position I was in definitely reminds me that is a concept we will be gaining.
The Sandfox breathed easily again.
I don't think you should be breathing so easily right now, but this does not seem like a great position to be in. I think that's why this has the blue marker there, though. I presume then that it's like a glide or something. We would glide over to that pillar and then go around. We certainly can't do that now. Maybe we learn how to, like, stiffen our cape and, like, Batman it. Just fly across. Oh, this is just chilling here.
It was a Kashai text, inscribed by the nightingale. She spoke of the uses and distillations of poison, drawn from the glands of the crystal salamander.
Oh, that's interesting. Crystal salamander. Sounds fun. You heard nothing. Trust me. You don't want to think about what you heard. It's kind of like if you hear somebody say your name out in the woods alone. You don't wanna. Whatever you think you heard, you didn't. It's not real. Question, where is your partner? How do you go find out? Oh. Your partner's fine, you just are tripping again. Works for me, though, because it keeps them occupied. Right, we left this area because we had a whole to-do. Because I ended up setting off the guards, and it became a whole thing, and we couldn't open this locked door because I didn't have lockpicking at the time. Not that I really have lockpicking now, as you can see by how many tries that took, but, you know. We got there. Lights are on, but nobody's home. Interesting that this is... Oh, that's why. It's another fast travel spot.
This place, sprung up next door to the Dead Hands domain. We've been made to patrol the Boneways since, pretending to be undead, to scare off the cultists. Anything to keep them and their dustwalkers away. Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to.
A lot more than I should have been by the time I got here. That's what I've been up to. Because this clearly means I was supposed to have been here right when we got lockpicking. But I, of course, took a very different tact to doing things.
The Sandfox sensed danger nearby.
But hey, this diversion did lead to getting 2 more of the notes, so that's good.
The Sandfox breathed easily again.
You would think I'd still be in danger around here. Oh, hello. Just hanging out with a lantern or a bell? I'm not sure what that is in your hand. Well, may as well go find out, right? No sense dawdling about. Except I can't go through there. So maybe we gain sliding in here, and that's where I've been going wrong this whole time.
Commissioned by the Queen. A place only spoken of in hushed tones, either reverent or frightened dust walkers.
What?
They engaged peacefully with the cultists. It was then the Sandfox knew for certain this cult and the vile sorcerers of the Blackened Sands were in league with each other.
I mean, that's a neat trick, though. Can I learn to do that? That seems incredibly useful in stealth operations to be able to teleport. I mean, sure, it's apparently evil magic, but, you know, useful. I'm down for useful evil magic. What are you upset about? Oh, he probably heard me running up. Come on, big man. Chill out. Everything's fine. Then again, if he remains focused looking to the right, I can just go around him. I just need to take it slow. Wait for teleporting man to go away. Up the wall we go.
Here one
Nice and
moment,
easy.
there the next. The Sandfox watched in amazement as the Dustwalker vanished and reappeared.
I mean, presumably, considering they're called Dustwalkers, I presume they're genuinely, like, turning to dust or something to move. Nobody home. Okay. We'll just patiently wait. There we go. Wouldn't want to make too much of a ruckus right about now. You can definitely tell this is an earlier area because there's a lot less guards just wandering around here compared to where we got used to being last time.
Here the old and new joined together. Above the tombs old, held up by the new below, built in secret.
Usually it's the other way
There was
around.
something peculiar about the lift shaft. It warranted a closer inspection. Strong smell of herbs overwhelmed the air. It suited the Sandfox to breathe it in. Amongst the rat catchers, the Sandfox had nothing to fear.
The text said lantern bearers, but the voice said rat catchers. I'm assuming they just reused the same line, even though the lantern bearers
Water
and rat
and
catchers are
light
different.
both leaked in from above, providing an unlikely source of nourishment for this ingenious herb garden. The ill woman could not speak. She could only wheeze.
So this herb garden is the only thing keeping this lot alive, I presume.
The lantern bearers had repurposed the tomb slabs and alcoves as hospital beds. Ingenious.
Not exactly comfortable, but it gets the job done. Keeps people's backs straight and such, probably.
The sick man sank deeper and deeper into fitful delirium.
Hopefully whatever they have isn't going to be contagious, because otherwise that's going to really put a damper on our whole revenge plan.
Oh, so good to see you again. The man smiled. I'm much better now. There are good folks here in the cradle.
Oh, that must be the guy we let out of the box in that one place.
Countless bottles glinted on the shelves. Each contained a remedy. Each could save a life.
Well, that's good. You're doing a great job with the people you're working with right now.
I'm Omira, the kind-eyed woman said, the leader of the lantern bearers. We tend the sick here under the wise tutelage of Dr. Zachariah. I can get you to Dr. Z if... She raised a finger. You bring me darkling mushrooms.
Okay, so you need mushrooms. We were over in the area where those were before, but I guess since we had no reason to grab them... Yeah. We had no reason to grab them, so we didn't grab them. There's another slide point down there. Oh, wait. No, because there's a... No, I'm looking at the wrong place again because I'm getting my markers confused. Never mind. I was right the first time. But we potentially... No. I think I am just gonna have to run down and then run back up again. I was debating whether there'd be like a secondary path over here, but it would more than likely be stymied by this slide point here. So I think I'm better off just using the shortcut door we just opened and running down and back again. It'll be quicker that way, most likely, because we don't have a fast travel with the order down here at all. And they're honestly not very far. Which is probably why there isn't fast travel, because, like, if you can't run 5 feet, maybe you shouldn't be playing this game. You know, it's almost like if you hate traveling, maybe Metroidvanias aren't your thing. Just a thought. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a proponent of unnecessary travel. But there's a balance point in there. We can get that item as well now. Mine broke about the idea of seals for a second there for some reason. Oh yeah, there's zombies in there. Right. And apparently we're not getting up there right now. So we'll worry about that in the future. Right, we had a whole puzzle here previously. Which it's already all been solved because we had been here before. Hey buddy, I need some mushrooms.
Have you returned to test your skills again? Very well. I will see you on the other side.
Not really what I meant, but sure, we can do that, I guess.
The Darklings had been busy in these deep caverns. By torchlight, the lantern bearer girl sent you?
There we go.
The mysterious individual chuckled to themselves. You keep good company. We will, of course, grant her request. The mushrooms will be sent up immediately. The mysterious individual smiled. They'll be picked and in Amira's hands quicker than you can return to her.
Thank you. That's actually incredibly convenient of you. I guess let's check in with the rest of this lot down here.
It is long since we saw one of Jarbu's kin. You are welcome, honored Alfenic. It is long since we saw one of Jarbu's kin.
Nothing useful.
You are welcome, honored Alfenic.
Okay, there's nothing over here. I didn't figure, but I needed to check. Yeah, I figure if we run through their maze, it'll probably be a little quicker than backtracking. Because it's not really a maze. I'm just more alluding to the fact that we're running through it like a rat through a maze. And honestly, I could do with a refresher. As demonstrated by the fact that I thought I could get away with a move like that. Okay, recovered it. We're good. Everything's fine. We can pretend that one didn't happen. Because nothing bad happened. Yeah, we ran through this to get lockpicks back at the beginning of the game.
Caution, the Sandfox thought.
So apparently he wasn't waiting for us on the other end this time. Even though he said he was going to. I was kind of hoping maybe he would have like set us up another course and gave us a different thing. But that's what I get for assuming, huh? Or I should say the better answer to that is hoping more than assuming, really. He's not gonna be able to catch us, I don't care. Oh, that's more of a problem, though. This did take me further out of my way than I remembered, though. I forgot that this whole thing was the running path for that. I, for some reason, thought you only ran down to here. So we're going a little bit out of our way. But it won't take long to get back. The longest part's probably gonna be getting past the clown show down here. It's a good thing you guys don't look down. Heights are scary, after all. Yeah. Elevator. Had to make certain that the elevator was the way we wanted to go before I did anything.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
It is a good thing that they made sure that the movement was really smooth in this, because there is a lot of running around you have to do on occasion. Admittedly, some of which is my own fault, as we proved there, but best not to worry about that part too much, right? Right. It's far simpler just to go with it and move on. This should take us where we're trying to go. Plus or minus a little bit of ankle braking. Thankfully, our ankles are well trained and they're great at just regenerating themselves at need. There we go. And now we're back where we were. We just need to get back across. And don't get me wrong, I could have just fast traveled back to the lantern bearers camp. More or less by just porting over here and then climbing up. Where's the fun in that? I need to get my practice back in after all. As demonstrated by how some of this is gone, definitely use the practice. Hello? Is someone there? Hee. Can't say that I'm practicing good practice here. I'm definitely practicing the same shenanigans that got me in trouble in the fort, but no one ever said I wasn't going to just continue on as I am. Yeah, that should get me up to where I want to go. Hey, hop. And, hey, hop. Now to see if we get a reward for doing our good deed here. Except I missed my exit slightly. I thought we were higher up than we were. I should have recognized the fact that the... Oh, wait, no, we are high enough up. I think the fact that it auto-pulls my centering down to the fast travel point that's nearby is what's messing with me on that.
Wonderful. She cradled the mushrooms in her hand. Let me brew these. They will help the sick to sleep.
You know, those mushrooms helping people go to sleep sound like they would actually be incredibly useful in our line of work as well. And just, like, leave sleep traps around or something, if you brew the mushrooms correctly. I suppose it would be difficult to aerosolize these mushrooms of that type. It really depends on the nature of them and exactly how the sleep properties of them work. You know, we got people who can teleport and we got people leaving monsters all over the place. It's because of monster urns, you know.
Down in these depths, Dr. Zachariah kept his secret from the world above. Here was his private house of healing, A place where the sick could see him personally and be attended to.
I thought he was walking over to see me, but no, he wanted to start rummaging
Dr.
through stuff.
Zachariah frowned at the Sandfox. You? So you're the Sandfox, Omera told me, and yet the good doctor shook his head. Never mind.
What's that supposed to
I know
mean?
why you're here. To kill our queen. And I imagine to repair your glass dagger. I will help you, but only if you can prove your claims against the queen. I need evidence.
Yeah, that makes sense. You would want proof before you help get the queen assassinated, essentially. It would be rather bad for a doctor to agree to something like that otherwise. I was kind of hoping, since it said it was a workshop, that he'd be able to provide us with something right now, but him being able to fix our dagger...
The palaces of Karaman had deep roots. The pillars supporting the palace had their base here, deep in the earth.
Ah, if parts of the palace are down here, then that's how we get up to get our evidence, then. It's gonna be a whole long trek through all this stuff you see outlined here, then. Well, that works for me. That'll help me get my eye back in and get us up to where we need to be. Sometimes you gotta take the long way to take the short way. Oh, there's those like pipes to grab again. Is that a separate ability, or have I just not been doing it? 'Cause, like, they're right there. Nope, can't grab them. Unless there's an input I'm not thinking of. But I tried all the normal buttons for this game and none of them did anything. So we'll figure that out when we gain the ability to do that, presumably. Yeah, there's an orange marker there, so presumably that's another, hey, stupid, use a different ability here. Which I appreciate the fact that they're auto-marking that, so I don't have to remember to mark things. It is interesting that the fast travel spots are all just called cold chambers.
This place is a mystery to me. Why'd the queen build a fancy new mausoleum over the old one? And why dig up the old kings and bring them here? The dead hand's very, very mad about that. Of course, what's most interesting is the latest scandal. Someone stole the king's corpse. Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to.
Wait, if somebody stole the king's corpse, there's two things I can think of that they would do with that corpse immediately. One, they would raise the corpse, kind of like the sand zombies that have been running around, except ideally in a more believable form, and use it as a puppet leader. That's one option. Two, to hide the proof of what was done to the king. Because remember, from the very intro scene we saw, he was very obviously poisoned. He was like foaming at the mouth and everything from what had been poured in him. So people would be able to figure out what was done to him fairly easily.
Here was where the mighty were mourned, or at least should have been, for someone had stolen the king's body away.
So it makes it harder for us to get our evidence. So we've got a Mason contact over here, and then we've got this whole deal. Perhaps the Mason's gonna be how we find out our way up. I'd completely forgotten about the Mason all the way over here because they were never on the visible
Here
section of the map.
At the heart of King's Rest, the remains of all Karaman's leaders have been prepared for burial. The king's body was notable by its absence. The only place it could possibly have gone from here is further down.
Now, I suppose that is an option too, is another faction stole the king's body for one purpose or another. That's also entirely reasonable. Not reasonable in that it makes sense, but reasonable in that you could understand the motive. Or at least the potential motives.
Here, long-dead kings found repose amongst the blooming flowers and budding trees. The Sandfox knew it was time to be careful.
Those are two dialogue lines that I don't feel like fit together very well. Here's where dead people are laid to rest. We knew it was time to be careful. Like, but the dead should be dead. Of course, we know better at the same time. We've seen the dead walking, but that's neither here nor there. And there's also an extra layer to think about, though. If somebody other than the queen moved the king's body, and there's these guards here...
Passing through these gates and into King's Rest would be the closest most of the people of Karaman would ever get to the palace.
Thank you for interrupting my train of thought again, narrator.
The Sandfox breathed easily again.
Oh, hey, we're actually back to where we first entered, I think, actually. Because we went running in over gates like this at the start of the game. But yeah, either somebody would have to have bribed the guards, avoided the guards, or the guards were complicit in one way or another otherwise, in order for the king's body to have been moved.
Even the great bazaar of Karaman, famous throughout all the lands, falls silent after sunset. The master stonemason working alone in the dead of night. How odd, thought the Sandfox. What could be so important?
Well, one way to find out.
Yes, these idols are the queen's own commissions, the stonemason said in answer to the Sandfox. Some fool guard brought her to me. Here, you can take one if you like.
I'm glad you're just giving away the queen's commission like that. But if she's having weird idols made, that presumes that there's some manner of ritual to be done. Because you would need something like that to commit rituals. Potentially. Depending on the type of rituals you're about to embark upon. And if my suspicions are correct that they're planning on raising the dead king in some way, then that all starts to line up. And it would also explain why that classifies as evidence.
A rickety platform. The Sandfox knew it could be broken with enough force.
Was the input for... There we go.
At the bottom of the well, far below the earth, there was a secret, one new, but not unfamiliar to the Sandfox.
I'm glad we already knew that there was a well secret, and yet it wasn't marked on our map or anything. Aha! An item. I just need to achieve the item by getting up there and hitting the button. Yes. Gip.
A rarity, even among the order of the Kashai. Hooked knee pads. For what purpose, you may wonder. With these, the Sandfox could crawl stealthily along barred roofs. The Sandfox looked upward at the ceiling, ready to climb along it.
You know what? This suddenly makes it make a lot more sense why we couldn't climb these before. You needed just a little bit more equipment to cling to these properly. You probably could just loop your legs around them, but I guess that is a little more difficult.
Across the ceiling, the Sandfox traveled, marveling at the world below.
Below underscore text. You know what? I would marvel at the word below the underscore text as well. But now that we can climb across these, that gives us some more options, but it's not what I was looking for. And I still have that sneaking suspicion I've done things out of order. But only somewhat out of order. Because, like, obviously, we needed the ability to break through floors to get there, and we got the ability to break through floors when we were over in here, in the iron hold. I seem to recall, because there was, yeah, I think it was down in here specifically is where we got the floor breaking. Because we then used it to get around in here a bit better, and then we used it more once we got into the cinnabar mines. Which, down in the cinnabar mines... Actually, yeah, because if you look at the way the items are laid out, no, because we needed this to get this. Huh. You know? I don't know. I don't know. I started to put something together, and then I put one card too many on top of my little house of cards of thoughts there, and the whole thing fell down. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, I suppose. You turn a thought over too many times, and it just falls over. Isn't there a climby thing over here, or was it the other way? Yeah, it was down here that the climby thing was, I think, because we were just discussing the orange lines. Which, there's another orange line spot over here, but it's irrelevant, because we were over there already. But I guess that's just another way to get across there. And it doesn't help us with this problem, because it's orange, not blue. And there was also no pipe there to climb across. So the overall utility of what we just picked up is not showing itself immediately. That doesn't mean it's not going to be helpful, it just means it doesn't solve the problem I was looking at. But we knew that already because we know what solves the problems we were looking at. But I'm now starting to assemble more pathing in my head, and I think I know exactly where we're going to be getting what I'm looking for. And specifically, we're going to be getting the sliding up toward the palace. Because the way I'm assembling this in my head now, once we get up here, somewhere, like probably Kareem himself, possibly the evidence up there, we exit that area through here. And that's why that slide point's there. You exit through that, activate this fast travel, going that way around, and then you leave. Move that section to go do the other things you need sliding for, probably. That pathing makes sense. Whether that's correct or not will remain to be seen, because we're gonna have to get up there and do it in order to find out. But that would make perfect sense, just in terms of clean pathing. It would also explain why, like I said, it felt weird to be doing some of the stuff we were doing in the area we were doing it before. Because I probably wasn't entirely intended to get to that fast travel point the way I did. And I'll be honest, I don't remember how I got there. Whoa. Nope. Nope. I'm not here. I'm not real. This does afford me a lot of powerful options for getting away from people, though, since we can just cling to these pipes to evade. Which apparently they can't see me, even though I'm, like, right over here. Their dark vision's not so good. Oh, that was almost awkward. Anyway. Now that we know that they're over there, we'll take it a little more cautiously. Oh, he sleeps in front of the door. So if I open that door, he's gonna wake up. So we can't go that way. Or, I can't easily go that way. But that does seem like the way we kinda have to go, except there's a big gap there. So I don't know if that would really help me anyway. I may be better served just to go back down here instead of fussing about up here. There's also further left we could go as well. So let's actually go all the way left, just so we have that cleaned up. So I assume we're gonna run out of playable area before too awful long going to the left, based on the way that looks. Because I don't know if we're ever gonna be expected to, like, actually go run around in the town, or if just the Palace vicinity is our play area. We'll find out. I like finding out the limits of my map. There's the well we busted into, and we just never went any further this way. Hello, villagers. Don't mind me. Yeah, see, this is all the stuff we ran through in the prologue before we got shanked and dumped down a hole. All these people watched me come sprinting through here going the other way. Oh, this is here. I wasn't here before.
Beyond, the cylinder seems to bear the symbol of the hyena. Or was it the jackal? Try as they might, the Sandfox could not read the cylinder. It had been broken by age.
I did miss whatever the dialogue was for approaching that gate, though. Because I triggered 2 dialogues at once. Oh. Yeah, that seems to be the edge of our world here. Because presumably we're not going to be able to jump across that gap. And that guy's certainly not going to open the gate for us. Especially not while the Sandfox is still a unfavorable person in the eyes of the guard and the royalty around here. But it is nice to see that the prologue area just exists naturally. Sometimes games are weird about that, and the prologue areas are just, like, not real. They don't actually exist anywhere in the map, even though logically it should exist in a spot. Yeah, this area is irrelevant. Ow, my legs. Legs are also irrelevant. You only need them when you need them. Which is a stupid sentence, but it makes perfect sense. Girl, if you're not using them, you don't particularly need them. Just not go sprinting through here and set all these guys off. Bye. One too many donuts there, bud. Start seeing things when you have too much sugar in your blood. I did not mean to jump that far, but you know what? We're here. We're going this way instead, then. I was gonna go back up and around and see if there was some meaning to be had going that way. I think over here was where we saw the pipe?
With the exception of the masons who built the noble traverse, only those of aristocratic lineage had ever set foot on this walkway, until the Sandfox arrived.
Got some athletic aristocrats, huh? I suppose they probably mean up here, but it's just funny to picture all of the aristocrats of this nation just, like, parkouring around to get across their walkway. It's a secret method by the royalty to keep the nobles exercised. Like, in order to see the king, you must make it through the parkour puzzle. If you do not make it through the parkour puzzle, you'll never get your wishes. Okay. And of course, the fancy walkway has guards and dogs and things. That just makes sense. Presumably they were originally to keep crime down on said walkway. But right now, they're to keep us at bay. Unfortunately for them, they don't have athletic enough guards to keep an eye down here. Really a mistake on their part.
Sweet perfumes wafted from the blossoms. Snakes rustled beneath the bushes.
That snake knows I'm here and he doesn't like me. Okay. Just don't be near them and they stop caring. It's not a matter of line of sight for them. Oh, there's larger groups of guards now, too. There's trios. One guy with a light, one guy with a spear, and a dog. Hi, guys. You don't see me. I'm not here. I don't exist. I don't know what y'all took to have your collective imagination go wild like that, but boy, oh boy. We should work on that.
Guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do.
Not where I meant to land, but
clung
where...
to the many trellises. The Sandfox could cling just as easily. Dense foliage provided excellent cover. Behind the growth, the Sandfox would not be seen.
I can't make that jump. That plan's not gonna work. Okay, I can just jump without them really figuring that out. So I need to get up to the trellises, drop down, grab the key, get back up to the trellises then. That's what the goal here is. Which means I need to wait for them to be on the right when I make my initial jump, or probably I can just do it now.
More trellis, more opportunities to climb. The Sandfox hid amongst the leaves.
It's a good thing they don't hear all that rustling and get concerned.
The Sandfox hid amongst the leaves.
Yes, narrator, I hid among the leaves. I did that like 6 times in quick succession. You don't need to say it every time I do it. There we go. Easy. Snake is aware of my presence. How far do you strike, bud? Not very. Oh, they do turn around, though. Wait. What? He's asleep, but he's turning around. Huh. Like, I can relate on tossing and turning in your sleep, but don't turn and get ready to snap at me while you're asleep. That's cheating.
The great statue of Shamash cast an imposing shadow over the gardens of Ruel. A greater shadow still fell over the Sandfox as they contemplated reaching the top.
Hopefully they don't see me up here.
As grand a work of art as there was in the kingdom, it could cast a shade over the entire garden.
Okay, we're making good headway. We're like a third of the way across this whole mess. With how many guards there are, it's kind of slow going. Nope. Nope. Saw nothing. I'm gone. I disappeared. Quit yelling at the bird. It was just a bird. What do you mean you don't have birds around here? It was, a weird lizard. Yes. I think they know I'm here still. Ow! Damn it. Forgot they're really good at throwing rocks. Okay, the snake can in fact just bite you out of the air. Okay. That makes sense. I figured I'd try to speed things up a little bit that way, and yeah, that was a bad plan. Just got my balls bit off by an angry snake. Whoop. It is weird that they don't just throw a rock at me while I'm in the brush
The
there.
great statue of Shamash cast an imposing shadow over the gardens of the well. A greater shadow still fell over the Sandfox.
Okay, that didn't work
as
either.
they contemplate.
Gonna have to just slow roll my way through again, just like I did the first time. It's kind of tricky to not set off that snake is the thing. But that's exactly why that snake's
The great
there.
statue of Shamash cast an imposing shadow over the gardens of Ruel. A greater shadow still fell over the Sandfox as they contemplated reaching the top. As grand a work of art as there was in the kingdom, it could cast a shade over the entire garden.
I mean, I'm one for a bit of shade, but I don't know if you want to have your entire garden be hidden from the sun that much. That seems like a fast way to make your garden grow worse. There we go. We got away with that move this time. I could go that way, but I can't go the other way. Never mind. I was gonna try to jump up and over this area instead.
Slither, a rattle in the grass. One could not have all the beauty of nature without any of its dangers.
I mean, I don't really know if that was a rattle in the grass, but sure, game. That seemed an awful lot like it was in the stone.
The danger had passed.
All right, we've made progress. Fast travel.
This place really is everything they make it out to be in the stories, isn't it? All the flowers, all the colors, the gigantic statue of Shamash. The bandaged girl smiled coyly. Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to.
Dying, getting bit by snakes, falling off ledges, you know, the usual. This does connect back down to where we were before when we were in the initial bit of the waterways before we realized we couldn't go anywhere there. Speaking of can't go anywhere there... Right, this just loops back to Trader's Fall anyway. We don't want to be here. But perhaps the waterways has something for us. Now that we can climb. Because that's what stymied us from getting in there to begin with, is not being able to climb the walls. So perhaps there's something for us down there. Just, not from here. Judging from the very obvious door in my way. Yeah, you can see all the obvious climbable spots there, though, no, this is an exit, not an entrance. So I would have to go back around to that. Ah! I see what you've done there, video game. I see the very obvious, hey, stupid, go that way now. Hold on.
I am your humble guide. Say the word and I'll get you where you need to go.
I'll explain what I mean here in a second, if you didn't catch the drift there.
Understood. Let's go.
So remember the climbing path we saw right before we got the ability to climb? Yeah, that's what gets us into the waterways. So presumably there's either A, an item in here, or B, this is just a path to get you around the Gardens of Ruel. So you don't have to sneak around the guys in the garden. There may also be, like, bonus items in there, rather than actually, like, a progression item in there. Based on the amount of access points with different abilities and such, I do actually think this could be randomizable in an interesting way. Though, it would only have so many ways it could randomize and still be viable, which would be tricky. There goes a bot again. It's like, you would need, like, lockpicks or wall climbing, wall running, or one of those probably in particular. Because I don't think the pipe climbing would help you immediately. Blackjack obviously could end up getting sent off to God knows where, and it would still be entirely playable without
The
that.
ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released.
Let's look at our abilities for a second. Yeah, wall running probably would have to show up pretty early unless you can learn ways around some of the spots you need that. Lockpicking could end up getting set off somewhere further back, and you'd probably be able to find ways around it as long as you had other abilities. Yeah, I feel like you would have to have one of these three basically fairly early in a randomized version of this to be able to get enough progression done that you'd be able to hit other checks to then get the other things. And depending on what other abilities we get in the game, that may also open the initial starting options up a bit more too. Yeah, because this connects back down to where the sleeping people are. This may just be a case of, like, there's just more ways to get to the same place.
The waters from the gardens above had seeped down below, creating strange, slippery growth. The nimble Sandfox, always sure of food, had finally met their match. As soon as they stepped on the green growth, whoosh, they could not help but to slip away. Another ladder the Sandfox could drop. This would let the Sandfox descend further down safely. The ladder slid smoothly down into place.
It is interesting that this, I think, is the first time they're actively talking about the green growth, even though we've seen it in multiple other places before. I told you to jump there, bud. Technically, I told him to wall jump right off. Oh, we can't actually get to that ladder. We have to get up and above there and wall and, like, cling across this ledge here in order to get to that ladder, which will then afford us a faster way through here. Let's see. Okay. Game. Why? I keep forgetting that when you drop, you just have no air control at all. Like, you would think he'd be able to, like, swing himself slightly forward, being so nimble and agile, but he just doesn't. He just drops like a stone. And that is one thing that just keeps throwing me off, like, super consistently. Is unless you fall with any kind of momentum already, you have, like, no control over where you're going when you fall. And of course, it's intentional here because you have to be able to have this run you need to do back. But you can't do that, though. Like, that's very clearly physically impossible, considering we're only, like, halfway before the timer runs out. So there clearly has to be a different way to go about doing that I didn't see. Yeah, no, I'm just silly. I think I see what I need to do there. Yeah, you just hop back up. I thought this was far enough apart that you couldn't wall climb back up there. Let's go open that shortcut. I feel like this is gonna come back to bite me that I'm doing this, because I'm gonna have to do that bit I just did again. Because there wasn't like a permanent opening over there at all. But that wasn't really that bad. So doing it again is not that big a problem. Just a mild inconvenience. But I feel like this is going to save me time in the future.
The Sandfox had made it to the other side and felt rather pleased with themselves. The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released.
What relevance does this have? Like, clearly this has to have a reason for existing. I just don't understand it as of yet. Looks like this just is a shortcut all the way back.
The rickety platform was weak. It wouldn't take too much to smash down through it. The platform could not withstand the Sandfox's forceful descent.
It just seems odd. Like, obviously, it's very clear that that's a return path shortcut thing, but the purpose of it is what eludes me. So apparently I forgot to turn the bot on. I had a suspicion on that one, is just something felt off. And, well, lo and behold, it was off for a reason, because I forgot to turn it on. Good thing I checked that while we were on ads. There you go. Fixed it. This also got rid of the mouse cursor on screen, so you know what? This worked out. There's only some of the time when you go in and out of the pause menu does the mouse cursor disappear. It's weird. Like, there's a specific order of operations to that, most likely. And actually, I think since I can go back up this ladder, I think we can avoid having to do the whole bit we just did again. At least potentially. Yeah, because we can make these jumps, so yeah, that works out. Also, the mouse cursor's returned, so never mind. Also, a different never mind of, I forgot this was all slidey bit. We can, however, make it a little shorter, so I suppose there's that. You know, till the Sandfox decides he doesn't feel like grabbing that this time. And I get it, he was falling very fast, but be consistent. Either never grab it or always grab it. Don't fuck about and sometimes grab it, sometimes not. Because you can't say I was falling different speeds each time, because that looked pretty much the same to me. Unless maybe I just had like 1 meter per second faster speed the second time or something. Which I guess is not an impossibility, but also not especially a possibility, if that makes sense? I don't know. Seems suspicious. I just don't like trying to do these timed wall jumps, so I try to avoid doing them. But the game doesn't like it when I avoid doing them. So we are at odds. Okay, so going up there is how I got the shortcut, so I need to go this way.
The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released.
Or swimming, okay. I can do that. Especially since this game doesn't have like a breath meter or anything, nothing particularly to worry about. I guess part of the Kashai training is staying underwater for long periods of time.
With the lightest touch, the symbol of the wolf was carved into the clay. The cylinder contained a poem about custom becoming practice as they sent out messenger birds to report their master's death to the Kashai.
Well, that's a shame. I was really expecting him not to grab that pole there, and I was gonna be very upset. There we go. That connects us all back up to here, and what do you know? It was as I feared. Doing this was largely pointless. It's just a shortcut path, and it's not even that much of a shortcut. I guess it really was just an elaborate path to get one seal. Which, you know, I guess that does put us to half the seals of the game, so that's cool. So one of two things then has to be true. If we gain sliding up here, then there must be a way for us to climb up in here somewhere to get up there. It doesn't seem particularly possible to climb up through this. Because you'll notice it gets wider part way, so it's not like this is an elevator shaft. Otherwise, why would it get wider? And it actually, is that the Trader's Fall hole itself? Yes, I think it is. I think we started off, like, down in here, didn't we? So we fell down Trader's Fall. Because, you know, we got the whole marked as traitor because we totally assassinated the king. Yep, Totally did that. That was us. We're the bad guy. Oh no. We did the thing. Which, you know, it kind of is on us being part of a group of spies, assassins, and other various stealth jobs.
Sandfox sensed danger nearby.
Sneaking into the king's bedroom in the middle of the night, even if we had a good reason for it.
From the dogs.
Just conveniently when the king was being assassinated. And of course, who would they prefer to believe in a scenario like that? Somebody like us or the queen? You know, it makes sense. The entire scenario makes perfect sense, even if it's very unfortunate for us in particular. Come on, bud. I would like to get up there. I mean, like, if I have to bait him over and then smack him upside the head, I'll do it. Nope. Wasn't fast enough. I got kind of annoyed with the idea of waiting for him. I'm not sure how we get past him to get up from there. Because he just sits there staring at that spot. Unless he's not supposed to be standing there. Because we have had numerous guards get stuck in this game.
The Sandfox knew it was time to be careful.
Yeah, see, he's not there now. He walks over.
The Sandfox remembered that his shadows wouldn't be enough to hide from the dogs.
And now he's standing there. Yeah, see, he does move back and forth. So yeah, I'm not meant to just hop up from here. I'm supposed to get past this idiot. And then go up and around. I just made a bad assumption thinking I could just hop up there with the higher standing jump. I mean, someone's missing. Then go find him. Don't get upset at me that your friend's missing. I didn't do it this time. Trust me, I'd be very happy if I made your friend go missing. I'm always overjoyed to smack a guard upside the head. Game, please. It would be really nice if you would just grab those damn ledges sometimes, Sandfox. Very helpful. And then the Sandfox drowned. The end. Think we hit a checkpoint on the way up? Nope, sure didn't. Okay, good. Do that again. We're gonna be here for a minute, I think, trying to get back past these guys. This guy, really.
Nearby. The Sandfox remembered that his shadows wouldn't be enough to hide from the dogs.
I don't even know why the dog message is triggering. Oh, there he is. It's over there. He's probably gonna get upset that that guy's been clobbered. So that's gonna make a whole to-do instead, huh? There we go. There's the checkpoint we needed. How do I get past that snake? Huh. Can I sneak up on it? Yeah, it's not awake yet. There we go. That's mildly annoying, but we got through it. Just having to inch up to the snake. Oh, I see. I see what we're doing here. We're gonna climb the statue, as you can see the climbing portion there from the scaffold. And then use that to get into the palace. We just need to get around to the right part of it. These bits are climbable. I kind of figured. Like, it's not super obvious, but it's pretty clear. As long as you're paying attention to it. What they're intending for you to do there. Does Torch Guy not want to jump over here? Is he afraid his torch is gonna go out? Oh, you have a third friend. Damn it. Right as that guy jumped over, I was about to clobber the other guy. They're all disjointed. I think they're supposed to be like a unit. They're all jacked up for some reason. Well, fuck this guy in particular. For some reason I can't climb up through this, and that's upsetting to me. Oh, I see. It's so that they can make you go through this whole loop. Oh no, they saw me. Oh no. They're gonna get me. Ooh, they almost got me. I was joking, but they did in fact almost catch me there. Suppose maybe I shouldn't toy with them so much, huh? He says, knowing full well that he's going to continue to do exactly that. God damn it, game. I pressed crouch, but it didn't take. Like, there's a little bit of animation priority in this game sometimes, where he ended up prioritizing continuing the run instead of crouching like I told him to the second he landed. I needed to get far enough away that he's like, nope, he's gone. He's not hiding in that bush in front of me anymore. Except I totally was, but, you know. He doesn't need to know that.
The ingenious ladder.
I'm glad the ladder isn't loud enough to give that away. God damn it! The jumping when you're running is super set in stone, and times like that it messes with me really badly. Is all I wanted to do was adjust the jump a hair so that I didn't overjump as it looked like I was going to, and instead he took that as, oh, as soon as I land you want me to jump back the other way? Okay. And yeah, that happened. It's about to be you. Except he activated way quicker. Like, sometimes they take a minute to figure that out, and other times they're like, aha! Instantly. Very annoying. Like, obviously this is meant to be much slower and methodical than I'm making it. But I'm also trying to move this along, you know? I don't really want to sit here for 20 minutes watching a guy walk back and forth when I could be through the area already. This is why Stealth and I don't really get on very well.
The catch was released.
Because I have a distinct lack of patience that gets me in trouble sometimes. Case in point, right there. Which is why I warned when I started this game that we were gonna run into trouble with things like that now and then. Anyway.
The ladder slid smoothly down into place.
I told you to stop running. There you go. Because you need to be running to get across the falling platform there. But I think running actually hurts you more than it helps you with those smaller platforms. It's very likely you're going to end up overshooting one of them. Oh, I see. There we go.
Standing atop the towering figure, the Sandfox alone casts shadows here.
There we go, all according to my cunning scheme. Though that jump looks hella sketchy. Okay, a little bit of magnetism goes a long way. You know what, fair enough, video game. Oh, we do have birds here. Apparently I don't have a message to send with the bird. I don't know why I have the option if I don't have a message to send.
No matter which way one looked, the eye beheld splendor. The gardens of Roel stretched out to the base of the stairs, like a paradise on earth, and the palace, reaching up into the sky, looked like paradise itself.
I assume the idea for somebody who's trying never to be spotted or anything to do that bit probably would be to land and grab the ledge instead of landing on the ground behind him. So I don't know how you would have gotten past him without him detecting you. Because, like, that's the only path over here. Unless, like, I was theorizing maybe there's another way in here, but you'd have to go through this, like, whole long rigmarole to do it or something. He was staring straight over that way. But maybe he, like, has more of a path than I ended up seeing. I don't know. Because we did kind of zoom through that pretty quick.
As grand a hall as ever there was. It was as if one could receive entire kingdoms within. The splendor of the entrance hall was so great that many first-time guests of the crown often mistook it for the fabled Great Hall. No. This was a mere introduction to Karaman's splendor.
They have such, like, overspent, built things like this, and they wonder why people want to invade them and take their stuff. They're just flaunting riches around constantly.
Only the greatest fighters in the land were chosen to guard the palace. The Sandfox knew this would be a great challenge.
I don't know, these guys don't seem that good so far. They're real good at throwing rocks, I'll give them that. Then again, I suppose great fighter and observant don't necessarily go hand in hand, guaranteed.
Those worthy could stroll here in the open air and see the fullness of the kingdom. The Sandfox knew the danger had passed.
Okay, we're most of the way there now. And if there's no danger here, then we should be able to get up to where our target is conveniently. Let's activate this elevator first. So, I think it came down, but I just want to make sure. I think those buttons there activated it, but I want to be very sure. Since we've had a few elevators irritate me before. Assuming there's nothing of merit over here. Huh. I think I found the end of the world again. There's just a big dark void over there with just a very abrupt vertical line. Seeing things I shouldn't see. There we go. Ta-da!
Symbols scratched are accompanied by the symbol of the vulture. Taken all together, the symbols outline a musing on the nature of demons.
It's a shame that they don't expound more upon the concept that they're considering there with the nature of demons. But I guess maybe it wore with time, and that's all the Sandfox could have pulled from that message. Or it was just not enough information handed on to our unknown if reliable or not narrator that we've got leading us along here. Wait. No, that's not a fast travel room. It had all the same layout as a fast travel room, that's why I debated it for a second. Huh. Well, I sure hope this jump's makeable. Da-da-da-da-da! Hiya! Ow. So bad news on that one. At least that attempt of it. Try it again, but I'm pretty sure we're not making that jump. Yeah! Ow. Yeah. Yeah, we're not going that way right now. So all of that was for naught. Maybe that musician can play the music we found. Hello there.
The musician nervously fingered his strange foreign instrument.
You probably shouldn't do that in
offered
public.
the Sandfox a forced smile. I hope I can find music to play, he said. Something to offer the court before they tire of me just sitting here and throw me away like Jacques. I fear, the foreign musician said, that this music is meant for a more local instrument than mine.
Well, then I'll trade you.
I fear,
Ow.
the foreign
Now,
musician
the
said,
music I
that
have
this
is what he was
music
talking
meant
about.
for a more local instrument than mine.
So there's a third musician somewhere then. One that has the instrument for the music sheet I found, and then the other music sheets I can find, I presume, go to any of the three, possibly more than three, that there will be around.
Sumptuous meals, each dish greater than anything a poor man could dream, regularly grace these tables.
Business as usual. The rich subsisting on orphan tears and other strange things.
The Sandfox could not be seen.
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Everything's fine. You saw nothing. You had a little too much to drink, big man. It's okay. Hey, look at you wobbling. Been drinking on the job again. It's a real shame when you keep doing that, bud. You should learn to cut down. Gotta go! Oh, it's a locked door. Son of a bitch. Why did it have to be a locked door? So there must be a way to do that higher path, then.
Sumptuous meals, each dish greater than
Yep, so I can't jump
anything
up
a poor
there.
man could dream, regularly grace these
Like,
tables.
I must be able to get past this guy without him spotting me. And I have to assume it's just a matter of waiting then. My favorite thing, waiting. He'll get set off a little bit because I ran over here, but we can just let him cool down. Guess we'll drink more water while I wait for him. Don't get me wrong, it would have been faster just to walk over here instead of running. But it's very easy to forget to stop running, if that makes sense. This guy also doesn't seem to be particularly interested in turning around. So hopefully we'll be out of his line of sight when I do this. Yeah. He just can't see me over here for some reason. Okay, there are dudes over there, so let's make sure not to be noisy about this then.
Fine stonework, plain but dignified, made the servitors' halls. The crown's servants did not live in luxury, but it was near enough for them.
I mean, they're
The
certainly doing
Sandfox was
better
very
than
familiar with the
people
palace
down
guards.
below.
Fortunately, the Sandfox was also familiar with the palace itself.
But yeah, we've visited here numerous times, I presume, bringing news to the crown. And I'm sure under ordinary circumstances, we'd have no problem just running right in here.
The Pillar of Respite was a marvel, an indoor oasis inspired by the story of the kingdom's founding.
Neat. Okay, this elevator presumably will take me right to Kareem.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
Or, you know, not quite. Not by a long shot, apparently. Okay. That's what I get for expecting a useful elevator in this game, huh? I may as well unlock this door. It'll be useful to me in the future. There we go. This gets us back to where we were tromping around before, though we are a bit above it. Yep, turn around. There you go. That's a good dog. Forget that you ever smelled me. I was never here. You know, the Sandfox would do well to just carry a pack of dog treats everywhere he goes. Since these dogs are such a threat to us. If every dog is our friend, then none of the dogs will call us out. Yes. Apparently I was slow enough closing that door that he still caught on to the fact that that door opened. I'm gonna have to hope that this leads somewhere. Huh. Well, it might work. It might break my legs. Let's find out. Da-da-da-da-da! Made it. There we go. That slight little bit of height still messes with
The
me.
ladder slid smoothly down into place.
The thing is, unless this happens to curve back, I think I'm actually going the wrong way. But I have to kind of hope that it curves back at some point. I feel like this is just taking me back to where I was. But now that ladder will allow me to get back. Like, I really do wonder if I'm
ingenious
swindling
ladder
myself here.
unfurled as the catch was released.
But this does afford me another path for the future. Oh, sleepy boy. You just keep on sleeping, bud. great old nap. Lord knows I wish I could take midday naps so easily. Yeah, all that does is loop around in a circle, though. Not a very helpful circle at that. Perhaps if I get past the clown squad over here, maybe that'll do something good for me. The answer to that question may surprise you in that it's a very clear no. Like, obviously it gets us this, but it doesn't accomplish much.
Hurried scratches were made in the clay by the civet. The maddened writing described men made of sand, performing the bidding of evil-hearted masters.
Well, we can confirm the fact that he's not crazy at the very
The leather
least.
slid smoothly down
Because
into
the men
place.
made of sand exist. But I suppose encountering horrors of the world can drive people to scribble. Yeah, see, this is why I was worried I had swindled myself, because you'll notice, we can't get back this way. Because these are both closed. And I have no idea where the lever to open them is. Not on either side. Unless it's up on that no, it's not on that ledge either. Like, that seems decidedly one way. Unless there's a lever on that ledge, annoyingly? I don't know. But either way, we can't really do anything with that. So we have to go back around, much to my eternal frustration. And, like, it makes sense that that exists, though, because part of it is, like I said, to get that seal. So I would have invariably come down here anyway. Because, you know, it was very obviously the method by which you get that seal. It's just very inconvenient when I'm aiming towards my goal, not towards more seals at this exact moment.
At this spot beneath the star-heavy sky, a great tower joined the old palace to the new.
You look like an Assassin's Creed assassin.
Sandfox? The robed man tightened his grip on his weapon. I'm sorry. As guard of the Tower of Stars, I cannot permit you any further without official permission.
So all of that just to be told no.
I am sorry, Sandfox. I cannot allow you through unless you have official permission.
You're so lucky I cannot square button right now. Because I cannot clobber you for your insolence. So that was a waste of time. Is aside from forged official permission, I don't really see us getting official anything right about now.
As fine a collection of texts as could be imagined. Numbered, the words here must have rivaled the number of stars in the sky. The door was protected by a keyway too thin for the Sandfox to pick. They knew a key must be nearby.
Okay, so a thin key. Presumably we go down and around to get in the way we're supposed to get in then. Because, you know, you gotta have to go through more guards. That's just how it works.
A lock of the highest quality kept the door shut tight.
Or not.
The key couldn't be too far away.
Unless we go through here? Which I guess makes sense. It's like the front door of that area. Can't take the sneaky way, even though you're a sneaky guy. You gotta go through the front door like a wacko. And, you know, the front door's gotta have a timer switch on it because the people around here are crazy. Oh, well, this is a thing. Whee.
The Sandfox found it pleasing how easily the ladders glided along.
So they definitely need to oil them. They're very squeaky.
An ingenious system of ladders and rails allowed for easy access to any high shelf. The Sandfox knew a secret about the bells of the library. When both bells rang, a lift would be summoned to the floor.
Got hit with a rock so hard I got deleted from this reality. And yes, I did catch what they said about the two bells.
An ingenious system of ladders and rails allowed for easy access to any high shelf. The Sandfox knew a secret about the bells of the library. When both bells rang, a lift would be summoned to the floor.
We're gonna have to go around to get to that. Because, you know, can't have it be simple. Nothing in life is simple. Especially not a life complicated by the actions of others. Can I push this back the other way? Yes, okay. God. Why? Thank you. That's all I needed you to do, was grab that particular pole. Except now I need to do the other one. And you missed it, because... Remember when I said I don't like doing those delayed wall jumps? I don't think I explained it today in particular, but there's a weird delay whenever you try to jump off the wall. So it's a consistent thorn in my side. Like, it's not much of a delay, but it's just enough of a delay to make it way more annoying than it needs to be. Need to line up.
The Sandfox had never traveled in such style. The Sandfox glided upward, passing tome after tome after tome.
It's just an elevator. Maybe it's a slightly nicer looking elevator, but it's still just an elevator, my dude. Yep, just ignore my existence. This is fine. Okay, I can pick this lock. In you go. Whee! Boop. Oh, I see. See, this area is fun. It's just mildly annoying with the wall climbing. Hey there, ABC. How's it going? Okay, need a key for that one, too. Good. Oh, nice. Happy birthday. Yeah, but this is the first I'm hearing about it, so I'm saying it anyway. Because I presume it was not that long ago. So it still counts. You're welcome. Oh, I see what they want me to do. They don't actually want you to drop to that ladder that way. They want you to drop here, grab this, fling yourself to the ladder so the ladder slides across, then you can go over. Aha! We're doing that bit with the bells again, I see.
Another guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do.
Good thing ringing that bell doesn't wake him
How
up.
much the dead king must have loved his library, thought the Sandfox, or else a quick, ultimately useless means of escape from danger. The ladder glided silently along the rail.
Secret bookcase door. That isn't so secret, because it's a whole ass room. Okay. Yep. I do think they're using this whole sliding ladder thing just a little too much.
The famed, fabled offices of Dr. Zachariah. It was here that he developed wonders for the benefit of all, age-shaping miracles that shall certainly outlive him.
Interesting. Ah, I see. That'll launch me up to ride that moving platform. Now it all makes sense. But just needs to have good timing. There we go. Ah, and then there's another launch here. Okay. There we go. It all makes sense. I need to push the ladder the other way. Okay, game. We're gonna play that way again, huh? Okay. It just gets a little janky when they're in motion. Wait. Now, the astute amongst you may realize there's a fundamental problem with getting over there. And, it's called the laws of physics. Otherwise known as we ain't making that jump. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. Ah! Ow. Proving once again, we can't fly. So we'll be coming back here later once I have, like, a glide or a double jump or something. Yeah, it's the same blue thing that we saw down way, way over here. So it's probably a glide. It probably is genuinely, like, a case of we, like, learned to use our cape to glide. We just go full Batman. Which, for most sane and reasonable people, never go full Batman. It's actually kind of worrying. There we go. There's a music sheet up there. But I don't think that I care. We'll go get that later. Because what you would do to go get that music sheet is you jump up on that and here. Actually, you know what? Let me go get it, otherwise I'm gonna forget. You jump over to the chandelier. You jump to the ladder. You take a swing. Grab this. Then you can go grab the music sheet. Thankfully, it is a returnable trip, which is what I thought it wasn't gonna be, so this is fine to go get right now. I didn't want to derail what I was doing and have to, like, go an extra bit around.
The Sandfox wondered who might play it.
It would be nice if they gave us an indication of which instrument would play these. Since we've now encountered multiple musicians. But I suppose it is only 2 musicians. It's not that bad to figure out. Okay, good. I was worried that wasn't gonna work and I was gonna have to still do some extra legwork. Kinda like that, yeah. Hey there, Celts, how's it going? Ring the bell. I'm gonna have to go activate the other one again, aren't I? God damn it. Because I think they still have to be ringing when you... There I go again, clipping through the ladder. Like, just because I don't want the laws of physics to have too much of a hold on me doesn't mean I want to defy a all-natural plane logic here. Hey, see me, no you don't. Nee, 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 nee. Yeah, what you gonna do about that, big man? You can't jump this gap, can you? Well, gee, could it be that I escaped the way you saw me escape as I flew away on the moving ladder? Just a thought there, big guy. Just a thought. I can't find them as they're right above my head. Nee, 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 nee.
But a short while ago, the Sandfox mused. Only the king had been allowed to stand in this space. A fine layer of dust had begun to settle after the death of the king.
In the grand scheme of things, the king hasn't been dead that long. It can't have been more than a day or so. So I have to imagine it might have taken us like a full day by now to do this whole journey we've been doing down below. But it can't have been too much more than that. Otherwise, I would figure whatever evil plot was in play probably would have been finished by now. Yeah, that's what I figured. I have to go through the guards and such over there to get to that lever to go this way. I kind of guessed as much when it was kind of a pain to get to that.
Surrounded by beautiful terraces, the heir to the throne is cared for in complete luxury.
Hi, big man. Bye, big man. I'm really just not concerned about the big guys at all because they just can't catch you. They're genuinely no threat unless you, like, stand in front of them and let them hit you. Hello, the prince's bed is empty.
Beneath the king's bed,
Oh no, it's the king's
the
bed.
Sandfox found something most peculiar. A stone tablet, engraved with the blackest magical rites.
So remember when I said that they might be planning to turn the king into some kind of, like, puppet zombie-y thing? Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to think I might not have been making too much shit up with that one. Or we have, like, this whole wild reality where the queen was actually doing a good thing. I mean, sometimes. So usually I just keep them on the shelf. I don't really have anything to hide with those. I mean, he's got a whole library down there. He could keep them with the rest of the books. Who's gonna ask any questions? I doubt anybody else comes down there to read any of those books anyway, so... He can just put whatever he wants in there. Hey, check out this tablet I found.
Sorry, Sandfox.
Yeah, you're still
I
useless.
cannot allow you through unless you have official permission.
Just kind of figured maybe we'd be able to forge something while we were up in the king's area up here, but I guess not. He didn't keep his documentation laying around anywhere we can use. Okay, so the music sheet we acquired might go to that musician. We still have a problem. We actually have multiple problems, actually, in the moment here now. Because that was our last lead at the moment. Because presumably the music sheet won't do anything useful for us. We haven't gained a new ability that would be useful anywhere that we know about. Because we didn't see any other rails we needed to climb across. That doesn't mean there isn't one, it just means I didn't see one. Alternatively, maybe there's something over here? But I feel like with those birds that I can send messages on, there must be something I missed doing to those, which would make those activatable. Is there's now been 2 of those that I've had a prompt on but couldn't use. So there's something I'm missing. Okay, we've been to every region of the game. We've accessed every region that exists. So there's no missing regions. So we got that going for us. But we've also got that working against us, because that means there has to be, for lack of a better way of explaining, there has to be areas where there are things we didn't get. Oh wait, no. That 100% is each individual area. So we've gotten 100% of the map in every area other than the Sandglass Shrine and the Tower of Stars. Of the areas we've been to. That then implies that there is still another area unless that remaining percentage fills out the remaining 18% of the world stats. But we're still missing 3 abilities. Which is the weird part. Like, I'm, like, 70% sure that there's an ability over here. But I'm not confident we can get to it. Unless we get to it... No, because we can't break upwards through platforms. We can only break down, and there's a wall there. So we have to use whatever the blue ability is to get across there. Which proves that we haven't seen every region, because there's this whole mess over here. And this is, I presume, the Tower of the Stars here. It is weird that they're saying that I've seen, like, 100% of the map of the Palace of Kariman, for example, considering there's this whole bit over here we haven't looked at. But I guess maybe it's close enough, so they fudge the numbers on the percentages a bit. I don't know. There's also this whole bit over here that leads down into this. Perhaps this is something I should have done sooner, and that's why we're having problems yet again. So where's our nearest fast travel? Right down here. Okay. Oh, down we go. Hey, bud. Bye, bud. Don't mind me. Just a crazy guy parkouring down on a tower. Don't mind me. I'm going away from where the king used to be, so clearly it's safe. Everything's fine. Right, I can't go there from here because of the stupid slide point. As a present stupid slide that I don't have. I swear if I get slide down in that hole we're about to go to, I'm gonna both be overjoyed and incredibly unhappy. Like, we're getting stymied by the ability to slide so badly. Shit, I ordinarily would have to deal with in a randomizer, and yet here in normal gameplay, I'm having problems upon problems because of one ability. And I can't get there from here either. God damn it. So close, fast travel, and yet it's so far away. Is we have no meaningful access to it. I hate it here. This palace is such a ball ache. But we will find our way through it. Eventually. But I do have to wonder why the game had Meet with Kareem as a prompt from so early on, when meeting with Kareem was pointless. It did nothing for us, except tell me what I already knew, where a lot of people wouldn't help you without official permission to help you. So I guess we'll make our way over to this fast travel, though it's not really even going to be that much of a time save at that point. You have to wonder to a certain degree if some of the quest prompting just isn't working. Oh, right, I can't go further this way because you have to go up and around to get in there. No lights for you. Yep. Well, that didn't work. Gotta go. The intent was to land safely on the other spot there nearby. And instead, he decided it was a better idea to drop all the way down in front of this guy. Just kill me. Thank you. Where does this checkpoint put me, though? I feel like not where I'm gonna want to be.
Listen.
Yeah. Yeah. Right side, there's a
Fox knew
workaround.
it was time to be careful. Once
We can go
more,
this
the
way.
Sandfox could relax.
Yeah, you know, we can totally relax with these jokers around. Thankfully, they went to clown school rather than soldier school, so not really the biggest problem. But maybe there's something over here. We didn't go over here yet.
If a blossom could be imagined, it could be found growing here on the palace rooftops.
Well, glad I got away with that one. Really shouldn't have, but I'll take it. Because we didn't get an ability in this area either, but I have to imagine that there would not be a chest with a skill item in it around up here. It'd be rather weird for it to be here. But hey, may as well check. We're already here after all. Oh yeah, this is one of those high spots. Okay. Oh. Turn this high spot into a low spot. Down we go. What? Interesting. Perhaps I wasn't barking up the wrong tree as badly as I thought. 'Cause there's a kite. Perhaps at the other end of all of this, we gain the ability to glide, then. Yeah. Missed it. There's another elevator. Thing is, we don't seem to have the capability to get up there. So perhaps I need to do a better job of riding the wind and go across going the other way? Or perhaps I'm not meant to be up there at the moment. Oh, found the void again. I don't know if I wanted to hop down here, but we're stuck here now. So, hop. And, hey, hop. We're now backtracking, unfortunately, but that was part of our plan right now. Is we'll take the fast travel, go back down below. Right, because there's this jerk. Just kind of vibing in the most inconvenient of places. Right, snakes are in this area. This is why I try not to have to move around long distance if I can help it. Because you end up with situations like that, where you just suddenly die because you're doing something you're not supposed to.
Had passed.
And yeah, there's no way we can ride that wind better than that. Presumably that's why that blue marker's there. But I wonder if I got in a way I wasn't supposed to begin with. I will laugh, by the way, if I look into this later and I find out that I completely innocently sequence broke like 8 ways because they left it that open. See, I need to get through over here to get back to this fast travel, or I dump myself back down Trader's Fall. Which I do want to go drop off this music sheet in case this does actually do something. Good night, ABC.
I wish I could play this, the foreign musician said. The notation isn't familiar. Do you have anything written in the style of my own country? The foreign musician snatched the music away from the Sandfox and began to play at once. Thank you, he said. I only pray my music causes no offense.
So he said that he couldn't read it, and then he took it and read it anyway. Okay. Also, we can't throw ourselves back down Trader's Fall because it's got a big door in the way. Well, guess we're going back to this plan then. Woo! Gotta go! I'm glad we can just ever so slightly outrun these guys to the point where we gain ground on them. Oh yeah, we're back here again, huh? Hi, big man. Ah. Why was he so much more effective that time? Oh, right, because I didn't delay him that time. Right. Because I crept up and then jumped past him last time. And that undid me turning in the music sheet, right?
The Sandfox breathed easily again.
God damn it. All I want to do is go backwards right now, and the game really doesn't like that.
The Sandfox breathed easily again.
How far down do these chandeliers go? Not very. I was curious if it was gonna, like, fall if I waited long enough or something. Because I thought it'd be funny.
I wish I could play this, the foreign musician said. But the notation isn't familiar. Do you have anything written in the style of my own country? The foreign musician snatched the music away from the Sandfox and began to play at once. Thank you, he said. I only pray my music causes no offense.
You know, if he offends them enough with his music, they might chuck him down the hole, and then we could use that as an opportunity to get through. Really, I don't think we would want to wait for an opportunity to go back down there. We have other ways of getting back down there. It is mildly inconvenient the way they spaced some of these fast travel points out, though, I gotta say. There we go. Now we slow down, start being sneaky a little bit. I forgot about the snake again! So easy to forget that snake is there because it's just a small blob of brown in the middle of the grass. And it's like, oh, hey, there's just a stick. Nope, it's a snake. Which is unfortunately accurate to how snakes can be.
Easily again.
It's really unhelpful. I'm just gonna stop giving that musician the music. I just don't care anymore. It's an unnecessary delay. We will take care of him in the future. Otherwise, we will be in this infinite loop for God knows how long. So I will hit that just bad bit of impatience repeatedly here, and it's just going to keep getting me in trouble over and over again. There we go. That's literally all I had to do differently to not get in trouble there. But it's very easy to double jump there and just end up putting yourself in a bad spot over and over again. All of that just to go back over here. I think it was over here anyway.
This way.
Worst case, we will teleport again. I do kind of wish you actually manually scrolled on the map to choose where your destination was instead of having those static transition points. Because they all start to blend together a bit, if I'm honest. Especially since they fill in the map when you're on that screen instead of having it match the map you have. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, over here is useless. Never mind. I'm so glad I wasted my time coming over here. That must mean I get into there through here somewhere. Or here. But if we get through here to get there, then that needs sliding. But there is still this whole section of the Sandglass shrine as well that we didn't do. So perhaps there's something there. And perhaps we've also picked up enough evidence to show to Zachariah? But I have a feeling that that's not the case. Oh, this is apparently just sitting here.
It was a struggle to see, but the cylinder bore the marking of the ibex. Black sands obscured the rest.
All right.
The Sandfox presented the writ used to imprison Jihad. Why would the queen herself involve herself in such a matter? The good doctor wondered aloud. That is highly irregular. The Sandfox was not finished. They still had more evidence to show. The Sandfox presented this stone idol, a Dustwalker idol. The good doctor's face paled. There are Dustwalkers in Kariman? And the queen commissioned... Oh, this is most concerning. And again, the Sandfox had more to show. The Sandfox presented the stone tablet. This was found beneath the king's bed? The tablet trembled in the good doctor's hands. But this is a Dustwalker tablet, used for the most heinous. Gods preserve us. I await evidence of our queen's wrongdoing. The good doctor said, if you can prove as much as you claim, I will aid you.
So you're telling me that two things proving that she's attached to apparently one of the most evil cults in the area is she commissioned statues for them, and there was a tablet of one of their rites under the king's bed, isn't enough to tell you that the queen's a problem.
I await evidence of our queen's wrongdoing, the good doctor said. If you can prove as much as you claim, I will aid you.
I hate this guy. This guy's useless. We presented 3 separate things to him, and that's apparently still not enough. Does he want me to drag the queen down here or myself and have her confess or something? 'Cause at this rate, I'll goddamn do it. Okay, that's going back up. That's not what I want. Oh, there's more than one elevator.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
Sneaky. there's a bunch of dust walkers here. If we can learn how to do what they do. Whoops. I was never here.
The Sandfox
God
knew
damn
this
it.
grate couldn't be passed right now. It would have to be remembered for later.
Those two are just chilling on the thing I'm gonna need to hit. Oh, that has a grate on it too. Ow. I really hope I touched a checkpoint somewhere along the way here. There is something down there, though. There is a quest marker there. So we found something. Now, that's what the thing was? Okay. We're gonna trigger this dialogue again and wander off.
The writ used to imprison Jihad. Why would the queen herself involve herself in such a matter? The good doctor wondered aloud. That is highly irregular. The Sandfox was not finished. They still had more evidence to show. The Sandfox presented this stone idol, a Dustwalker idol. The good doctor's face paled. There are Dustwalkers in Karaman? And the queen commissioned... Oh, this is most... concerning. And again, the Sandfox had more to show. The Sandfox presented the stone tablet.
Right, I forgot those guys were there because our vision was weird in that spot. Getting nowhere fast. I'm not gonna trigger that dialogue again. I was doing that just to get it cleaned out of the way because I assumed I wasn't gonna die again in 5 seconds. And yet here we are. We'll wait till I have more evidence to give him. Because I have to, at this point, assume there is more evidence to give him. Unless I broke that by getting the evidence out of order. But based on the order the evidence was presented to him in, I think I did actually collect them in the correct order. Because we actually collected the writ that got Jahan imprisoned. Then the idols, and then the tablet, which is the order I actually found them in. Unless he turns them in the order you found them, which would be interesting.
The Sandfox knew it was time to be careful.
Where does... Oh, that guy goes down there and then loops around. Okay. Huh. There are so many guards here. Jesus. Yeah, there's something to interact with down there. But the only way we're getting to that is by breaking through the floor. And the only way we break through the floor is by getting to that through those grates. Which we can't do yet. So either A, the ability to get through grates is down here somewhere. Or... I don't know anymore. Like, just to put it honestly. Nope, there's another grate there, so this is just a dead end, pure and simple. This whole area is a fucking dead end. Well, no, it might not be a complete dead end. The only other possibility is that I have to go all the way to the right-hand side here and go down. Which is not out of the realm of possibility, but it's very annoying. And I know I'm making foolish mistakes that are getting me killed, but understand that I'm getting a little annoyed at the lack of progress we're achieving right now. Because I feel like something's wrong here, and I can't put my finger on what's wrong, but something has clearly gone awry with the pathing somewhere. And I have to assume it's my fault, but I don't know that it's my fault yet. I have nothing to prove it one way or the other, if that makes sense.
Time for caution,
Fuck's sake,
the Sandfox thought. The Sandfox knew the danger had passed.
Just want to get over here. which looks like I might not be able to get to that from here. I may have to go the other way and then somehow make a really awkward jump. 'Cause this place is... Look at this. This is so riddled with enemies. That might be the single highest concentration of enemies we've had in this entire game. Which, that admittedly implies that that's meant to be later. But I'm not confident I can get in here either. No, I can. Okay. It looked bad on the map, but it's not actually as bad as it looked. So this has to be the answer, at least for getting into... No, maybe not. No, there's a checkpoint down there, though.
The monument was as wicked as it was titanic. Despite themselves, the Sandfox could not help to be impressed by how quick the construction was, and all without the surface dwellers noticing. Day and night it must have been that the cultists toiled with their hammers. A guard, a key. Easy.
Why was that guard, like, in a box, though? He was just, like, behind a door, just kind of standing there.
The
That was weird.
cultists whispered such horrible whispers. The day the Sandfox forgot those words would not come soon enough.
You don't forget those words, and yet they weren't part of what we were told, apparently. Just that they were horrible. Oh, that opened the grate there. So if they walk to the right spot, I could probably drop somebody to their demise. Oh, they stay open, too. Okay. Oh, no, they don't. At least that one on the right didn't. Can only one of them be open at a time? Well, either way, it's freaking them out, so maybe we stop messing with that. This leads back into the nightmare I was dealing with over here, though. I did not want to grab that.
The Dustwalker patrolled with palpable rage. The Sandfox knew.
So good news, I learned where some areas are as I fell through the world that time. So we got some spoilers there, just don't think about it too much. Jesus.
The monument was as wicked
They've really
as it
got
was titanic.
some work to do to
Despite
fix some of the
themselves,
bugs in this
Sandfox
game, I
could
gotta
not
say.
help to be impressed by how quick the construction was, and all without the surface dwellers noticing. Day and night it must have been that the cultists toiled with their hammers. The cultists whispered such horrible whispers.
It's like, for
The
example,
day
the fact that these
Sandfox
guys are
forgot
just
those
standing here,
words
for
would not
example.
come soon enough.
Like, what are you supposed to do about two guards that are just literally stuck in place, just chilling? And your only path is on the wrong side of the guards as well. Some of the jank really does the opposite of helping this game. Because some of the jank's funny, like when they're getting stuck on ladders or stuck on ledges in weird places. It can be funny. And then there's times like that where I don't even know what they expect you to do at that point. Because those guards weren't aggroed or
The
anything.
monument was as wicked as it was titanic.
And the guy who had the key
Despite
is just
themselves, the
not there
Sandfox
anymore.
could not help to be impressed by
Oh,
how
he's-
quick the construction was,
Oh.
and all without the surface dwellers noticing.
He was supposed to
Day
be
and
up
night
here,
it
but he
must
for
have
some
been that
reason
the
was
cultists
behind that
toiled with their
door.
hammers. A guard, a key, easy.
But what the fuck, game? Like, for all that they did a bug fixing patch, it really seems like they missed a lot of bugs.
The cultists whispered such horrible whispers. The day the Sandfox forgot those words would not come soon enough.
Like, that opens that side, but the only way I can think of to get back over there is going to be through these guys. And you saw how well me getting past all of those chucklefucks before was going. Ah. So I do have to point out again that this may very well be an area I'm not supposed to be in right now, because of the fact that we have the slide areas all over the place. And the slide areas may be how you're supposed to be doing this. Or it's a case of, as it was the first time we got here, these two are supposed to be moving, but they've been just consistently stuck over and over again. I wonder if this will count as losing them. Yep, where'd they go? Okay, good, good. Now they're gonna be confused about the guy that's unconscious. I'm gonna have to do this the stupid way just because they won't let me do it the right way. Just bear with me for a moment, y'all. We will make this work. It's just gonna take some doing. Of course, you know, now these guys are in motion like they're supposed to be.
The Dustwalker patrolled with palpable rage. The Sandfox knew they wanted nothing more than to draw blood.
What the fuck? They're just everywhere down here. Like, there is just no wiggle room in that, like, at all.
The monument was as wicked as it was titanic. Despite themselves, the Sandfox could not help to be impressed by how quick the construction was, and all without the surface dwellers noticing. Day and night it must have been that the cultists toiled with their hammers.
Yeah, see, there's
The
those two that are
cultists
stuck
whispered
again.
Such horrible whispers. The day the Sandfox forgot those
I
words would
don't
not
really have a
come
way
soon
out
enough.
of this spot again. It's like, this button activates the opposite side. Such a weird situation I find myself in here. But since there's dialogue that triggers here, a checkpoint on the way in, and a lockpickable door, it implies you're supposed to come in here from this spot. But the layout disagrees with that. Something's very wrong here. How do they not see me? I'm right here. Hey. Hey. Get aggroed. Hey. Get aggroed, idiots. I'm not sure how I'm gonna get out of this situation, admittedly. I mostly did that just out of aggravation. Yeah. It's like, I just don't know what to do anymore. Like, maybe there's, like, some glacial pace, methodical thing I could do to distract them and get around them, but we don't even have, like, a noise-making tool or anything to make them go where I want them to be or anything.
The monument was as wicked as it was titanic. Despite themselves, the Sandfox could not help to be impressed by how quick the construction was, and all without the surface dwellers noticing. Day and night it must have been that the cultists toiled with their handlers. A guard, a key. Easy.
Like, obviously, the way you get to the button for the right-hand side is just doing what I'm doing now. Go get the key, go around. So this key seems largely irrelevant, if I'm honest. I'm just getting it because it's a key. It never hurts to have an extra key around.
The cultists whispered such horrible whispers. The day the Sandfox forgot those words would not come soon enough.
Like, we hit that button, then we go back this way. But now we're back to Dumb and Dumber just kind of hanging out in my path here. Oh, and he just saw me in the hole that time, which is annoying. But that kind of works to a certain degree because it got these two unstuck. So now I can pull this lever and gain access to the ability to go up and over them. But then I go down into that nightmare that's down there instead. I don't know. Oh wait, they went up. Now is a good time to go down then.
The Dustwalker patrolled with palpable rage. The Sandfox knew they wanted nothing more than to draw blood.
Like, their patrol route is tight, but now that we're not in a hurry, it's not as bad. Like, look at how many of them there are, though. They're, like, all over the place. Thankfully, you can get around them, actually, because when they teleport, they apparently lose their vision for a moment. So that kind of works. Still, a lot of ew involved in this place. A lot of ew.
The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released.
I have no idea what that lever did. Just want that to be known right now. I haven't the slightest clue what that lever did.
At the heart of the sanctum was the Dustwalker priest. When he died, both his phantom shades and the Sandglass cult would fade away. The former immediately, and the latter in time. The Sandfox would be glad to send him to the true underworld.
We don't have a means of killing right now. I think I am somewhere I shouldn't be right now. Like, the way that dialogue goes definitely implies that we're supposed to have our glass knife back, which we were still working on getting back right now, because we didn't have enough evidence to have the doctor work on it. Damn it. It's all... I don't know. The pathing in this game really has thrown me for a loop. I must have missed something somewhere. If this isn't the area I'm supposed to be in, I have no idea where I'm supposed to be. Like, I must have just missed a power-up item somewhere that enables us to slide or something. And then sliding would then get us whatever the last piece of evidence is to get the knife fixed. Or I am supposed to be able to get in here even though when we tried to jump up into there, it wasn't possible. And this is too high for us to get to conventionally as well. But there may have been like a whole way through here, over there, into there or something. I don't get it. And maybe this is me being obtuse and stupid right now, but I genuinely don't have other options that I can see.
The Sandfox destroyed the base. and so destroyed the sand monsters.
It's like, here's another sliding spot. Can't go through it because I don't have sliding. Like, something has to have gone wrong. There's no
The
other
shambling
explanation.
sand monster took one pained step, then another. The Sandfox knew to be on guard. Dust filled the air, raised by the uneasy shambling of the monsters who roamed the cursed sanctum.
Look at this. Got two guys hanging out here, got monsters down there, got another guy up there. What do you think I'm gonna do with this? Also, I definitely told him to go down through the bottom of the platform there, and he just decided, no, I'd rather jump up, even though I pressed the input for down. Oh, and then he just bounces off that corner for some reason. Game's coming apart at the seams, and it's driving me bananas.
Dust filled the air, raised by the uneasy shambling of the monsters who roamed the cursed sanctum.
Like, I think hanging here is genuinely my only option. But he has to actually drop when I tell him to drop. There we go. Except that still makes noise too, obviously. And now we can at least lose them, so we have more time to make the move I need to make over here. So we need to wait for this zombie to be on the other side. Good enough. Because he won't get in place to catch me quick enough. We just hang out here, wait for him to teleport. There we go. Like, it's just so many more moving parts than anything at other parts of the game.
Another base broken. More sand monsters turned into harmless piles.
Oh, they're... Oh, so they are making the monsters. Exactly as I had assumed. Okay, and there's a lever here.
That was the only word for the Dustwalkers, the Sandfox thought. Evil. Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
Please be the ability to slide.
Though it was, a pair of Kashai greaves made of a light, durable leather. With these, the Sandfox could slide along the earth with ease.
So I was right to be here. But this place is just like a wacky difficulty spike, I guess, just with how many enemies there are here compared to everywhere else we've been. Weird. Like, it genuinely felt wrong, pathing-wise, to be here. With how much of the ability you get down here that you are expected to use in the pathing in that area. Something about that just doesn't feel right.
We have our base near here. Can't get in without the password, though. I used to know it, but they changed it. They won't tell me the new one until I paint the kingdom with our message. The bandaged girl shrugged.
Joy.
I'll get it done soon enough. Maybe after you've done your duty. Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to.
Okay, so that opens up a lot of options for us, theoretically. But thinking about it more, I don't think much of any of the places we can slide into are necessary. Aside from maybe this one in order to climb up here, which probably gets us across in some form or fashion. But I don't think that's necessary either. Much to my eternal frustration.
Is there elsewhere in the kingdom you need to be? Suit yourself.
Like, take some of my frustration here
Stale,
with...
dead air filled the Sandfox's lungs. Horrors were said to wait within.
Take some of my frustration with a grain of salt, because I am rushing some of this. But I do think that the way that area is laid out and the amount of enemies in it is a little overkill compared to everywhere else in the game so far. Like, it just doesn't seem like it's in alignment with the rest of it. But obviously, I was getting frustrated just trying to get back from where we were. So, some of that got amplified by that situation as well. Just to make sure people understand that it's not all this game's fault. Though the bugs and things definitely don't help. I assume you're gonna ask for the password and I don't have it.
Password? Asked the voice from behind the great heavy door. The Sandfox did not know what to say, however. The door guard grunted. No password, they said. No entry.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Far more reasonable than the old man who wants more than 3 pieces of evidence. That jump, I guess, just isn't doable. Because no matter what method of jumping we use, we can't get there. And we can't run up the wall because there's a gap down there. So that's all dead ends. Like, maybe that's the other thing that's getting to me a little bit here and there, is the amount of dead ends we run into. And ordinarily, I'm fine with running into dead ends in a Metroidvania, but I feel like just with the way some of these dead ends are structured and where they're placed is what's messing with me more than anything.
Sinister-looking figures emerged from behind the gate. To the untrained eye, they looked like risen corpses. But the Sandfox knew better. Indeed, the Sandfox knew that by following the pair, they might learn the password to the Dead Hand's base. The sinister-looking pair staggered off into the boneways, issuing moans and groans with each step that were surprisingly frightening.
For those that don't remember, the Dead Hands were said to imitate the undead.
Breath blossoms filled the cave. The Sandfox knew better than to breathe in their poisonous scent.
And yet somehow they're immune to it? So that's interesting. Maybe we'll learn how to do that
How
soon,
easy
too.
the journey was for the shambling pair, who simply walked through the dark. How difficult it was for the Sandfox, who needed to employ all their acrobatic ability. The pair traveled deeper into the dark domains of the dead. The Sandfox remained out of sight.
Good thing they don't check to see if anybody's following them particularly well. But I guess they've got bigger things on their mind right now. Keeping up their undead impression, thinking about the siege that's coming, thinking about whether to give our friend the password. You know, just a lot going on. Okay, good, they didn't stop there. I was a little worried they were gonna stop to have another conversation before they went down the ladder. Oh, where's that going? Over there, I presume. But how do I... Oh, I think I see what I need to do, and I need to be fast. Dick move, game. Thankfully, they're not that quick. But I presume you were supposed to
Even
use
at their
the time...
shambolic pace, the duo
Yeah.
had gained in distance. The Sandfox needed to close the gap.
There we go.
The sinister-looking pair were nearly at the end of their route.
I missed what they were talking about here. But I presume the time they spent traveling that gate was probably supposed to be how you caught up to them when you went in the water. But I caught on to that a little too slow, because I'm like, no, they don't expect me to do that. And then, yeah, they expected me to do that.
The sinister-looking pair were nearly at the end of their route.
Yep, there we go. Now we can eavesdrop when they use the password.
The duo traipsed back into their secret base, and though the gate slammed shut behind them, the Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good. For now, they had the password and could enter as they pleased.
You know, I feel like we could have guessed that password rather easily, all things considered. They're the Dead Hands, and their password is "we're 5 fingers." They really just spent a long time coming up with that one, huh?
Said the Sandfox to the door guard. "We are 5 fingers," said the door guard to the Sandfox. "I don't know who you are, and I know everyone here, but you know the password. And our security measures are without fault, so you must be one of us. Enter, friend." The Sandfox knew they were a welcomed guest, and that they had nothing to fear from the dead hand inside their secret base, where the gods of nature and the human spirit had once been sacred. Now all that mattered was adding more bricks to the palace, more gold to the coffers. The dead hand would set things right.
Well, we should have allies here at the very least, regardless of whether
The
our
dead
method for getting in here
busied
is
themselves with painting slogans on placards. One promised, "Down with the is, up with was," an odd sentiment from a revolutionary.
That is the opposite of where a revolution usually goes, yeah. Though I suppose there are plenty of revolutions that are a revolution from one movement that had caused the previous revolution back to what it was before the previous revolution.
"I wish I could inspire our efforts with music," said the player. "But alas, my mind is so turned towards revolution I forgot the songs I knew. Oh, this! Yes, I remember this piece. Let's hope my fingers remember too."
See, usually revolution inspires people to make new music.
With every stroke of the brush, the dead hand tried to fan the flames of revolution. "You're a fresh face, and arms and legs."
Yeah, most of you guys are kind of in shambles, aren't you? Also, it appears I forgot something, so give me one quick second. Did I forget? Sure did. That explains a couple things. There we go. Really was a mess today, wasn't I? Completely forgot to turn on activity in Discord, so it didn't end up showing that I was streaming. I wondered because it's like, didn't see a notification in my own Discord about the fact that I started today. And then I got a message, I'm like, wait. They know not to message me while I'm in the middle of something. Which means they probably don't know that I'm in the middle of something. Which probably means I fucked up. How do I get up there? Because it appears wall running up there doesn't work. Oh, it's you two again.
The duo traipsed back into their secret base.
Interesting.
And though the gate slammed shut behind them, the Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good. For now, they had the password and could enter as they pleased.
Maybe this is... No, it's not a pixel-perfect jump, because otherwise I'd be making it. Because you'll notice he grabs the edge there, which means that's the end of where you can run. And I'm hitting it as immediately as I can. So am I not able to get to the... Oh, there you go. These are climbable. Okay. So we just climb this one and hop over. Or like so. There you go.
"Talk to the committee upstairs if you want to help. We could do with a hand, and feet, and..." By painting this banner, I'm literally spreading the message.
You sure are. Whether it ends up meaning anything, well, you tried.
The duo traipsed back into their secret base, and though the gates
I
slammed
really wish
shut
that would stop
behind them,
re-triggering
the
that message.
Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good. For now, they had the password and could enter as they pleased. The inscriptions had been blasted with black sand. The symbol of the dove looked as if it had been carved out of the night. There was a prayer to the nameless god of the desert for mercy and aid against a foe. Like the desert god, the foe's name is erased.
This really is a fun game, and it's got a very good concept going. Just the bugs are really taking me out of it pretty often. And some of the weird decisions as well, here and there. The weird decisions less so than the bugs, admittedly. I think the bugs are throwing the weird decisions more into drastic relief. That makes sense. Like, they're much more obvious because of the slight oddities that are occurring.
The People's Committee of the Dead Hand were not the most active of activists, saving the one revolutionary, of course, who often waved her arms.
Yeah, there's always one.
The parchment-skinned man huffed. Do you mind? This is very important. Oh, you old fool, his counterpart barked. It's the Sandfox. Come to see the corpse man, have you? We'll allow it. On one condition. Yes, we were just looking for someone to undertake a most revolutionary task. Go and break the hand off the statue of Shamash, and you'll see the corpse man.
So you're saying I've got to go all the way back up there, break off the statue's hand, and then come all the way back down here, huh? Oh, y'all are lucky I have a fast travel point, and I can slide now. Oh, y'all are so lucky I have a shortcut and everything on top of that. Otherwise, I would probably just break this revolution myself. Booga booga booga, run from me. Oh no, the door is closed. What a shame.
To the door guard.
Idiots.
We are 5 fingers, said the door guard to the
Idiots,
Sandfox.
a lot of you.
I don't know who you are, and I know everyone here, but you know the password.
Turns out you don't know
our security
shit.
measures are without fault, so you must be one of us. Enter, friend. The duo traipsed back into their secret base, and though the gates slammed shut behind them, the Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good. For now, they had the password and could enter as they pleased.
I could have just went around the other way again as well, but this takes me up there just as well without me having to do too much. And this way I can respond to a thing and take care of some other stuff while I take the elevator. It's a win-win, really, at the end of the day. But now I'm starting to understand why we were only a third of the way through rather than half, like I was assuming. Because there's little bits and bobs like this whole runaround we're doing now that adds time into things.
I am your humble guide. Say the word and I'll get you where you need to go.
Yeah, that's the one next to the statue.
As you wish. This way.
It would also be incredibly helpful if quest markers were on the travel map as well. They are conspicuously absent for question mark reasons. But it's probably because it's actually rendering a whole different map. Because that's also why it doesn't match what you've explored, for example.
The Sandfox knew it was time to be careful.
Oh yeah, it's this bit again where I can't make that jump. I remember now. On the bright side, this is actually going to be very easy to do compared to what we were just dealing with. Like, this is nothing compared to the cult base that has 50 dudes in it. I don't know why he started running there. I did not touch the shoulder button at all.
Sandfox breathed easily again.
Yeah, I'm sure he breathed very easily inside that wall as a corpse. That makes perfect sense, yes. What? Oh, this game. So you may be wondering why I'm down here. I can actually explain why this is the case. Since we fell down here through the floor, it actually triggered the checkpoint. In some insane way. It set that checkpoint off because we technically were nearby it. The absurdity of it all. Absolute absurdity. On the bright side, it might actually be easier to access the statue from this side, just so we don't have to get back past that guy. There we go. Hey, hop. Do everything right and everything still goes wrong. That is the way that life is sometimes. Don't you love it? Do 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 do. Thankfully, that was a very minor things go wrong moment. When this ad break comes up here in a minute, though, I may step away for a brief moment. And to take care of a thing. Nothing important. Nothing anybody needs to worry about. Just getting up and stretching and checking on something else. We never did look around up here either, but I would presume up here is not relevant. We just need to get to the statue. Which that shouldn't take too long. Just a simple spin, a flip, and a launch, and a flip, and a jump, and a...
Time for caution, the Sandfox thought.
Nah.
The Sandfox breathed easily again.
Caution to the wind. As I missed the jump immediately. Everything's fine. Of course, this is the flaw with this angle, is the snakes, but they're probably still a little bit easier to deal with than the guards. And the cultists. And the cultist guards. Why was that door locked again? I guess that's one of those things that reset when we died at some point. Hey hop, and a hey hop, and a hey heap. Because as you can see, we're basically right back to where we got knocked down to there from. But from a much better angle. And it did not take very long. It's inconvenient that we had to spend the time to do that anyway, but it still isn't that bad. Like, that's not something we can necessarily blame their game design for. That's more a bug happened. So, you know, things get inconvenient. And, I'm pretty sure we proved that we can't make that jump, so we can't bypass the snake that way. We have to go the long way. Oh. Well, we're right back in this position again anyway, because the same stupid thing happened again, where he doesn't wall jump when I tell him to. Don't you just love when history repeats itself, despite your best efforts to avoid it? I know I do. Wait for these guys to quit clowning around, and around we go again. There we go. Like, it just feels very silly that it's that arbitrary a path there, which I think is what fucks with me there. It's like, it really feels like you should be able to just wall jump over that whole situation and get to the other side of that snake up here, for example. But it just refuses to let you. He just bounces off that wall for some reason. Okay, this time the snake's awake, and it makes sense that he's a problem. Keep up. No, don't drop down. I did not press down, you dumb bastard. And now you're just What? What is happening? I'm gonna pause, and we're gonna unpack that after the ads, because people are gonna need to see that, I think. Oh boy. I don't know what to do with this game sometimes. Alright, I'll be back in a second, y'all. Alright. I have no idea what's gonna happen when I unpause this game. Since we're currently, you know, climbing down through the air. You know what, though? If I could figure out how to do that on purpose, that would be incredible. Like, that would be speed tech of an incredible kind, you know? Because I'd be able to just climb my way down into places I'm not supposed to be. I'm gonna let it keep happening for... Oh, never mind. We hit the water and it fixed itself. I'm gonna go ahead and load last checkpoint then, because it should put me back up there instead of having to go all the way around. And I know I said I was gonna wait till the ads were done so we could all figure that out together. But it kind of resolved itself, so there really wasn't much to do there. God damn stupid snakes. Like, these things are, like, super particular. Ah! Case in point. Like, I get it that this game's stealth-focused, but I feel like these snakes are kind of unnecessary. Like, I would be very interested to know if anybody that played this game actually found them to be a fun mechanic. Going this way now. Huh. Well, I did it again, which means this is very repeatable. And I think I know exactly what happened, actually. This is so stupid, but I think I understand. So what's happening is, since he's swinging back and forth between grabbing the ledge and grabbing the trellis, he gets stuck in between those two states, or in this case, I think he got stuck in the trellis climbing state. But he wasn't attached to the trellis properly while he was in the climbing state. So he just remained climbing until he hit something he wasn't allowed to get past, in this particular case. So, like, all I could use this for, I guess, is flying around a room. But it's really funny that this works. And I want to point out, by the way, I didn't do this on purpose. Even the second time, I didn't do this on purpose. I also, can't... Oh, there we go. I don't know why it let me out of it. I was just mashing buttons and eventually it let me stop doing the fake climb. But hey, speedrunners, if you're out there, you're welcome. I've discovered a thing, I guess, that more than likely somebody else has already discovered, considering how easy that was to trigger. See, that's at least an instance of a bug that's funny. So, oh, I see what I need to do. I see which hand breaks now. I was about to ask which one I was supposed to break, but it makes immediate sense. Please grab the thing. One sec. Finishing a thought. Bear with me a second here. There we go. So I'm pretty sure we had straight jumped to that grab point before. But it's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Doo-doo-doo. Apparently that step was enough to set him off, and then he threw a sling backwards at me, which is impressive. Flame is breaking at the seams again. Do 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 do. See, if I could fly over this whole sequence, I absolutely would. I would just leave this reality and go off into space. Is the clown show here is upsetting. Why are you like this? Like, they're accidentally doing an effective guard pattern, but you can tell by the way they keep freaking out and going, someone's missing, that they're not supposed to be doing that. Or the code for them doing that is incomplete, one of the two. Like, something's wrong with the way they're coded to move in situations like that. Like, I don't know if just, like, my copy is broken in special ways here, or if they just did some, like, I don't want to call it sloppy code, but like some weird code for that. It really is a hell of a thing. Now we're gonna have to wait for this guy a second anyway. There we go. You know, waiting for these guys to turn around is a great time to respond to messages at the very least. Multitasking all the time. There we go. Up we go. So there must be... Ah, there we go, yeah. I love how they prompt you specifically there. Like, hey, in case you forgot smashing through things is a concept you do. Okay, so all we have to do is get back to A, a fast travel point, or B, just out of here. And it's probably going to be fastest to go for this fast travel point over here. Or was that... No, that one has a door closed on it, doesn't it? That's the one that pissed me off because I couldn't get at it from any angle for inexplicable reasons. I did not want to land in the snake's mouth. That was not the intention. But at least he didn't bite for some reason. That's not to question it. It's fine. We take bank errors in our favor. Okay.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
I still don't know about that whole relaxing part, but yes. We may as well just go through this whole motion here to get to the fast travel that's over on that side. This is just right over there. It's not far. In fact, wait, why am I going through the whole motion here when I can literally just swim over? Arguably, it would be faster going the high road, but this is less effort. And at this point, I'm kind of about the lower effort move.
I am your humble guide. Say the word and I'll get you where you need to go.
Alice of the Interred.
Understood. Let's go.
Like, credit where credit's due. The fast travel points are distributed just enough that you at least can access every region via a fast travel immediately. But I do really think some of them could be placed a little bit better. Or for ease of access to some of the more important bits. But maybe it's just because I kept ending up in specific places where those fast travel points were awkward. So that's always a possibility. And And, like, I'm sure there's somebody out there that has figured this out way better, who might start screaming at their screen and going, "This guy's a fucking idiot, meh."
The duo traipsed back into their
And to them I say
base,
good for
and
them.
though
This
the
game
gate
still has
slammed
bugs.
shut behind them,
That point
the
remains
Sandfox
true.
knew that it was not. Ah, yes, the hero returns. Word of your handiwork has reached us.
Nothing else to say, huh? Just gonna open the door for me? Okay. You know what? I'm actually kind of down for that. I'm, however, less down for my input being eaten. Because I definitely told him to jump before I approached that ledge, and he just went, "Oh, you want me to fall off? Okay. Whee." Which, you know, not exactly an issue, but
The duo
inconvenient.
traipsed back into
Because now we
their
have to listen to
secret
this
base,
again.
And though the gate slammed shut behind them, the Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good. For now, they had the password and could enter as they pleased.
I do think the repeating narration is part of what's grating on me a little bit with this. It's like, it's almost like having to sit through a cutscene 100 times whenever something happens. Just at least you're not
The dead
stuck.
hand had kept their word. The way to the Tower of Silence was opened. As the lift came alive, the Sandfox took a deep breath. The air above the lift was filled with poisonous gas. Pity the Sandfox. He had no choice but to go through it. Poison filled the air. It was of no danger to the dead who slept here.
Great. I'm going to assume if I'm in it for more than a few seconds, I'm going to die. I presume this is going to be where I learn how to not be damaged by the pink gas, probably. Where do I go from here? Oh, I'm probably... God damn it. I figured it out too late. Because even though that elevator goes slow, it goes just right to screw you if you don't figure out where you're going quickly. What they wanted me to do, I think, is actually use that pipe to go just above the pink gas, but it looks like it touches the pipe, and that's where the question mark was. It's rendered out in just such a way that it looks just questionable enough that there's room for doubt.
The dead hand had kept their word. The way to the
Does the
Tower
other
of
path
Silence
also
was
looks
open. As the lift
reachable?
came alive, the Sandfox
So you end up
took
with a
deep
division
breath.
of choice there, and it's like, well, I have to do one of them, but I don't
The air
know if I
above
trust
the
either
lift
of
was
them.
filled with poisonous gas. Pity the Sandfox. He had no choice but to go through it. Poison filled the air. It was of no danger to the dead who slept here.
Yeah, you would really think somebody would do something about all this poison everywhere. Oh, come on, game. So the edges above it are fine, but if you touch even the edge of it on the side, you die. Okay. So I was trying to go a little bit quicker so that I could, you know, make up for the fact that I had that little bit of jank there, and instead I died. Also, why is the checkpoint down here? Why? Like, this one's a little bit more of a petty thing, but, like, I feel like they could have put the checkpoint up there just so you don't have to do this initial slow ride.
The Sandfox took a
But
breath.
I guess you would have to do that so it wouldn't bug out, huh?
The air above the lift was filled with poisonous
Considering
gas.
how much else is
Pity
breaking
the
in this game.
Sandfox. He had no choice but to go through it. Poison filled the air. It was of no danger to the dead who slept here.
I do wonder how long the Sandfox can handle the poison gas. Like, obviously not the pink gas, we know that that's death on touch, but the green stuff, I wonder if you actually have more time than I think you do with that or not.
Time was precious. If the lift got away, the Sandfox would be trapped.
Oh, and the gas is catching up with us for some reason, because of course it is. So why did it go up and then back down again? Like, I understand that I jumped too early, though I disagree with that too. But the way the gas suddenly rose up there, I'm not sure about, because I don't think the elevator was up that high yet. Unless it really took that long to run across there, which doesn't feel like it did, but what do I know?
The dead hand had kept their word. The way to the Tower of Silence was open. As the lift came alive, the Sandfox took a deep breath. The air above the lift was filled with poisonous gas. Pity the Sandfox.
Yeah, I definitely need as much of a lead as I can get on that elevator, that much is clear.
Filled the air. It was of no danger to the dead who slept here.
Yeah, you know, there's no urgency, Sandfox. You don't need to run when I tell you to run or anything, no.
Time was precious. If the lift got away, the Sandfox would be trapped.
Will you stop being an imprecise piece of shit sometimes? Getting kind of annoying now. And by kind of annoying, I mean, you can probably tell I don't mean that sentence.
Just in time, the Sandfox
I overshot the mark.
To the lift.
Okay. Now it looks like I'm... Nope, I'm not still in danger. Okay. Unless the... Oh, good, there's more poison up here. Because of course there is. Why wouldn't there be more poison up here?
Well, a true Tower of Silence it was not. It still had its fair share of corpses, as a stifling, toxic air rose. The Sandfox looked for a means of escape.
Oh, great. I am doing it again. Oh, boy. They really thought that this was a good section, good enough to do twice, huh? I love dying when poison touches my toe. Like, I know I'm being somewhat unduly salty here, but just, like, fuck's sake.
Well, a true Tower of Silence it was not. It still had its fair share of corpses, as a stifling, toxic air rose. The Sandfox looked for a means of escape.
Like, why is the toxic air even rising? Why is it just conveniently rising with the elevator? Is that a trap? Is that by design? Is that just like, oh hey, you conveniently are here when the toxic gas is rising up your ass? What is this? Like, is this some kind of bad joke? Do the dead hand want us dead? Even though we helped them? It doesn't even make sense that this is a thing that's even happening. A lot of the other things that have happened in this game I can at least excuse because it made some sense. But this just feels incredibly arbitrary. Just like, hey, you gotta outrun the toxic gas in the Tower of Silence just because the Tower of Silence is just full of gas for
true
reasons.
Tower of Silence it was not. It still had its fair share of corpses, as a stifling, toxic air rose. The Sandfox looked for a means of escape.
Like, I'd understand if they, like, ruled the whole toxic gas thing as, oh yeah, there's so many corpses in here that it just is filled with nasty air. Or that has all kinds of bad shit in it. That much makes sense. But again, it doesn't explain the fact that it's rising. Just randomly. Alongside the elevator. like, sure, maybe the elevator would be releasing pockets of it, but even then it wouldn't release this much. One wouldn't figure anyway. Okay, so that is the jump I'm supposed to do. I just needed to do it slightly better. Story of this game for me lately. Do the same thing you just did, but do it slightly better. Oh, good. We're gonna die now. Like, we all know how I feel about timed sections to begin with. But timed sections where one mistake means you lose is just such an enjoyable experience for everyone involved. Totally not a waste of the player's time at all.
Rose. The Sandfox looked for a means of escape.
Like, it really does seem, just in general, that this half of the game is just way nastier than the first half. Which, again, that tracks because usually games get more difficult, that's fair. But it seems to be more difficult in more of a way than would seem natural. And of course, I'm sure some of it's my fault, like I've talked about before. But still.
A moment of breath. The Sandfox knew there was more to climb, and no matter how difficult it was, the Sandfox knew they'd make it to the top.
I'm glad you have confidence in that.
The platform looked sturdy enough to support the Sandfox, but not for long.
So apparently we beat the elevator here by a good margin, so I guess I rushed more than I needed to? Question mark? Any day now. Now I have to do my other favorite thing, waiting. It'd be a real tragedy if I, like, touched a pixel of that poison gas and died, wouldn't it?
The lift was nearly at its apex, but still so far away. The Sandfox's lungs hungered for fresh, clean air.
One sec. I expected that elevator to take longer. There we go.
A grand mausoleum for long-dead royals. The Sandfox was reminded of their mission and smiled.
Not sure why you have something to smile about thinking about your mission, but sure. At least somebody's smiling. What do you got for me, old man?
Welcome, young Kashai. I knew your predecessor. I trust you will live up to the name Sandfox. We took the king's body to be interred the old ways. He shall rot gracefully, like his fathers did. Take this and give it to Zachariah. He will understand.
Okay, so they are the ones who took the king's body, so my suspicions aren't entirely true unless them taking the king's body actually interfered with what they were planning to do. But now we have nightcap residue, which I presume is going to be proof of the assassination. And at least this proves out what I was saying about this being an exit point. Though, man, it would have saved me so much trouble if I could have just gone back through this door the other way, huh? Let's see. Where was Zachariah again? He was, like, right here, right? Somewhere around here? Somewhere in this vicinity. Yeah, there he goes. He's right here.
The Sandfox tendered the corpseman's report. There was nightcap residue on the king's lips. He was drugged. The good doctor furrowed his brow. Only one soul could get near enough the king for that. The Sandfox was not finished. They still had more evidence to show. The Sandfox presented the writ used
Oh, right,
to
I didn't show the
imprison
rest.
Jahad.
Okay,
Why
I was
would
about to
the
lose
queen
my shit.
herself involve herself in such a matter? The good doctor wondered aloud. That is highly irregular. And again, the Sandfox had more to show. The Sandfox presented this stone
I feel like
idol.
this should have been presented the other way
Dustwalker
around.
idol. The good doctor's face paled. There are dustwalkers in Karaman? And the queen commissioned. Oh, this is most concerning. Nor was the Sandfox finished. The Sandfox presented the stone tablet. This was found beneath the king's bed? The tablet trembled in the good doctor's hands. But this is a Dustwalker tablet, used for the most heinous. Gods preserve us. I await evidence of our queen's wrongdoing, the good doctor said. If you can prove as much as you claim, I will aid you.
You're telling me that proving to you that the king was drugged and your own conclusion there proved that the queen was the only one who could do it is not good enough. The fuck are you on, old man?
I await evidence of our queen's wrongdoing, the good doctor said. If you can prove as much as you claim, I will aid you.
You know what? As soon as you fix that blade for me, I'm going to test it very quickly. I'm going to test it very quickly, and you know exactly where it's going. I will test it as much as this man has tested my patience. Remember that talk in the past we've had about decisions that take you out of the narrative of a game? Is they just don't make any sense at all? Good news, we got one of them right here. We have presented piles of evidence of the Queen's aberrant behavior and reasonable enough evidence that she is the probable assassin here, considering she would be the only one with means and access to the king to kill him in the way he was killed. And yet this senile old fool doesn't go along with it. And we are once again back in the position of, I have no idea what to do now. Like, it almost feels like this entire endeavor down here was pointless. Because that should have been the linchpin piece of evidence, you would figure. Because you basically had this world's equivalent of a coroner report telling him exactly how the man died. Like, I want to believe that that's it bugging out, and it's actually... that is all the evidence you need. I don't know. If this doesn't turn around soon, though, I will say we might not finish this game. If this continues the way it's going, we may end off stream today, and then this game doesn't see the light of day again. Which is ironic, considering the discussion we just had the other day about how... Actually, I think it was literally yesterday that we had about me not dropping games very often. But, oh, this game's doing it right now. This game's really making it tempting. I've lost the narrative thread at this point. And we were already having some weird pathing problems.
Is there elsewhere in
even
the
before I
kingdom
lost
to
the
be?
thread of the narrative. So I have even less of an idea what they expect me to be doing right now. Like, I guess I have to go attack the priest. That's the only other thing I can think of. Like, go for the statue in the middle of the area full of cultists. So actually, I'm gonna go back to this fast travel point and go up from here. That has to be the answer. Just because of the amount of slide points around it. I mean, I do have to say once again, just to put a positive to the situation, the movement is satisfying. The sliding as well is quite satisfying. But, ooh, there's a lot of other aspects of this game that are less satisfying. Like, I was excited about this game. This is definitely one of the ones I was looking forward to the release of. But, oh boy. They're making me start to wonder about that at times now. You don't register with Seribot as a problem, but, no. Account created 4 minutes ago. Gee, I wonder, could this possibly be a problem? Fucking kidding me. Especially right now. That's a bad time to try sending fake accounts my way.
Of the old beliefs, bordering a locus of the new.
Oh boy. Apparently this is a section of the area we didn't even go to, so maybe there'll be something useful here. So I presume this is the intended way to climb back out without like using fast travel or going up the corpse man route. As much as I enjoy the pillar climbing, I do have to point out that they're not always the most clear about which pillars are climbable and not. Like, obviously, these ones with the bands around them are the climbable ones, but every now and then, I just end up overlooking them because it's just a pillar. If that makes sense. And especially when the ledge is that close, you wouldn't think, oh yeah, I need to use a pillar to jump to that. Wait. I'm gonna let this time out just so I can reset this. Oh, I see what you need to do. Think. And I don't like it. I probably could have still done this within the timer. Might be, like, super tight. Now, maybe that's not the answer, because I can't reach that. So I guess you have to, like, go up and around through there, jump up. Ew. That does explain why the timer's so long, though. You have to hit that button, basically, to open the grate to go to the door, is the idea. I will admit, I'm slightly surprised that those spam messages about they love your stream and want to add you on Discord and all that don't get registered with Seribot. But I assume it's because it would be tricky to attract something like that, perhaps. This is not just a simple couple full of canned words, essentially, for lack of a better way of explaining it. Though it is just a complete canned message, because I've seen that exact message before, under the exact same circumstances. Oh, I see. Jesus, this is a whole thing. Because we were right there, but I had to run back over here, climb across, jump across, and then slam down through the floor in order to get there. It's a whole fucking to-do. Let me go ahead and break the floor preemptively, since I'm going back down anyway. Also, couldn't jump out of that, so the only way we're... Oh, right. That button doesn't have a timer. I can literally just walk through the door at any time now, or as soon as I pull the lever. Let's go get the seal, though, right quick. Since it's very easy to go grab it. Otherwise, I'm going to be kicking myself later because I didn't grab it. Even if it means doing this whole section again. Well, not the whole section. We just need to get over here. There we go. Imagine if hitting that button again
mark is
closed it.
here, joined by the carving of a broken balance scale. Above the scale is the spear-pierced shield, the symbol of Vinish, the judge, one of the 8 gods of the desert.
Hey there, Honeybat. How's it going? Well. Hope everything's well there, Honeybat. And welcome in, Meg Winter. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you all had a good time. We're just trying to finish breaking through some more stealth segments here, which is basically the whole game here, but you know. What were you up to tonight, though? Hopefully everybody's doing great.
The guard, the key. Easy.
Well, that guard's even unconscious already.
The
That's
leather
convenient for me.
slips smoothly down into place.
That way. There we go. If I sound a little tense, by the way, it's because we've been having a little bit of agitation with this, but the game is overall good. Just now and then slightly annoying. Ooh, River City Girls is very good. First one or the second one? Presumably the first one, since you would have, I would assume, set a second one. But either way, both are good. Hopefully you got everything you were looking for. Okay, now we're in here again. And our target is somewhere over here. We know some map knowledge here from when I kept falling into this area before. It's an interesting game. It came out last week. Quite literally this time last week, basically. And it's a good idea of a stealth-focused Metroidvania. It's just got a few unfortunate bugs, and we were having some odd pathing issues today. Nice. Yeah, from an art and music standpoint, this game's phenomenal. And as soon as they clean up those bugs, this game would be incredible. Gotta go! But I will say, if you don't enjoy stealth, this game will absolutely not be for you. And that's kind of the problem I'm running into, is I'm not huge on stealth. Also, well, this is awkward. Yep, there we go. And I have to go back to a checkpoint, but that's fine. Yeah. On the topic of the River City Girls games, though, I need to get around to actually playing through them myself, too. I started, I think, the first one because I picked them both up at some point, and I just never ended up doing anything with it.
Was released.
That's kind of the thing, yeah. I'm not patient enough for stealth. I'm capable of the parkour and everything quite easily, for the most part. I'm just not patient enough to wait for enemy patterns to move out of my way and things like that. And we have a means of disposing of enemies in the form of a blackjack, but it's not very effective. It'll knock out a guy, but as soon as anybody sees that unconscious guy, they'll just pick him back up again. And in areas that are as heavily populated as we're at this point, it really just doesn't work. Invariably, they just pick the guy back up and you've wasted your time. Like, earlier on in the game, you can get away with some nonsense, and I definitely was, and I was enjoying that a lot more. Now that it's getting stricter, now it's getting a little dicey. And, like, the idea of this world and everything is very interesting. Like, we are the Sandfox, a member of the Kashai, which seem to be a bunch of spies, assassins, and such like that operate in this area. All with, like, animal code names. We've seen a heron, a jackal, a wolf. We are, of course, as I mentioned, the Sandfox, which is a title that's been passed to us because we just met a man who had met our predecessor, apparently. Basically, every single of those, like, soda can-looking things you see up there in the top right, those are seals. Those are messages from the other Kashai that we've found along our journey here, mentioning all of the other members of this group. But we're in our current situation because the king was assassinated conveniently when we happened to go see him about an invading army that's right outside our gate, hence the siege part of the siege in the Sandfox. And we got blamed for the murder, chucked down a hole after being stabbed with our own glass knife by the queen, who is the one who actually did the killing. And now we're here. A lot of things have happened since then, but that's the short version of the current plot line. We've basically been trying to chase down enough evidence to satisfy somebody, I think he's over here? Yeah, Zachariah over there, so he can fix our glass knife for us. He wants proof that the queen is actually doing all of this before he gives us basically a convenient murder weapon. Which, you know, that part of it makes sense, but we've presented him with evidence tying her to the Dustwalkers, which are a nasty cult that lives down here. That's what all these guys are. That's also what that is attached to. They've been turning people into sand zombies and doing all kinds of other nasty things. We found proof that she, at the very least, either her or the king had knowledge of a Dustwalker ritual because there was a tablet with it written on it under the king's bed. We brought him proof that the king was poisoned, which we clearly couldn't have done. Like, I don't know what else to tell this guy, but he still doesn't believe it. And that was the first of many things that have caused a bit of a divide here a bit. Oh yeah, and we have this neat party trick.
Here was horror. The shouts of men turned to the hissing of monsters. The Sandfox did not see, but they did hear. An incantation finished, and the crying turned to groans from the earth itself as human tongues turned to sand.
I think that narration was incorrectly timed. Yeah, the narration is very nice. There is a caveat to that in that she will repeat lines when you encounter the same thing over and over again, whether you died or not. Like that breakable platform, for example, if I approached it without being above it like I was ready to break through it, she would have repeated the line about that being fragile and ready to break. So the narration kind of has started to grate on me a little bit, even though, like you've mentioned, and I agree, the narration is quite nice. They just really could do with toning down how often she repeats dialogue, probably, and it would be much better. Oh yeah, and that white circle you're seeing is a representation of the sound we're making. Like, you see when I'm walking, he only makes little white circles, and then when you're running, it makes much larger ones. It does give you a lot of ways to tell when you're in danger as far as stealth goes, and there is, in the options here, a visibility indicator. I have yet to use it. Let's have a quick look at that. Okay, that just puts a gem down there that tells you whether you're visible or not. Okay. That's already accomplished by him turning gray when he's in the dark, so I don't really need that. Like, I'll give this game, like, top marks for world building, art, music, and everything of that nature, and the movement is very good. Like, it is a very satisfying parkour game when it works. There have been times where things act weird. Like, we experienced a bug earlier today where I started flying around the room because we kept going from grabbing a ledge to grabbing a trellis over and over again, and he just started climbing across the sky, which was fascinating. I was actually able to repeat that, so I'm probably going to send them a clip to report that bug, but at the same time, I feel like the speedrunning community might want to know about that before the devs do. If there even is a speedrunning community for this game. Because that one's just entertaining. Oh yeah, and anybody that catches you can just take you out in one hit, by the way. You have no real recourse if somebody hits you. And they do have slings to take you out if you, like, just grab hold of a ledge above them and stay away from them. Some of them don't, because, like, these guys will mostly not. But as you saw there, bam, gone. And they're really good shots with those slings. So that's where the kind of sticking point's been for it. Yeah, exactly. It's not a game-breaking thing, but it could be fun to let people have at it and see if it can do some interesting things. Because those trellises are fairly common, but they're mostly condensed, like, up in this area here. And a few of them in this area, and a few over here. Not too many places where you could break things too heavily. Though I do wonder, because I think there's a trellis, like, around here. If there's open access to the sky there, I wonder if you could just, like, climb straight up. Because this area is all one interconnected map. There's no, like, load screens or anything, outside of probably some hidden load screens here or there. So I wonder if you could just, like, climb up to the sky and get up to this area before you're supposed to. That might be funny. Oh yeah, this right here is the hole we got thrown down at the beginning of the game, by the way. Everything else has happened, like, all around that section. And this map's huge. Like, this is our second day playing it. Technically, we've only been playing it for a total of, like, 8 hours, so the game's not super long. Because we've got 90% of the map done in said 8 hours, even with the amount of struggling I've been doing at times. So that is worth keeping in mind. And we're only missing 2 of our abilities at this point, some of which we had at the beginning, but lost as soon as the prologue ended. I do appreciate that the game actually gives you lockpicks. That's an interesting one for something like this to have. Absolutely. Please do make sure to take care of yourself. Streaming is harder work than even we may assume at times. Reminds me I should drink more too. Kick that gate open. And we spent a very long period of this game running into these gates without the ability to slide through them. It was starting to get to me. As anybody that was here before can attest, I was definitely getting a bit salty. And I always feel bad when I get into those situations, but, you know, it is what it is. It's unavoidable at times. Especially in moments like that where... I'm going to explain this because those who haven't been playing it or haven't been watching for a bit may not understand. You have to press right trigger for him to run. I did not touch right trigger at any point during that move I just made, but he decided to run again. And there's two things I have to assume are causing that. A, it keeps your running state from before I made the jumps in the first place, including when it was climbing, which is possible. Your state can get stuck depending on the engine that they used for this and how they coded it and everything. That does make sense, especially considering we were able to get it stuck as far as your climbing state went, which is how the climbing bug happened. But it's just very interesting that that gets stuck, but certain other things don't. Like, it's just a bunch of weird oddities. And I know that's a redundant statement, but the point stands. And this area in particular has been very frustrating, because just look how riddled with guys this place is. Like, this place is absurdly packed with troops. But I don't think I have any further reason to be here, now that I took out the priest. Who was ironically easy to get to. It's actually easier to get to him than it is to get out of here. Game? Is it gonna compound the comedy and crash now? Is this gonna be our first game crash? I can't even have my victory, huh? I have not seen this crash yet. This is actually the first time this game's crashed. Yeah, nothing else is frozen, just the game. Weird. Oh, hang on, I'm gonna reboot it. And hope that we... Oh, never mind, it just closed on its own. I didn't even have to task manager it. Just tabbing out of it was enough to make the game just die. Fascinating. Now we get to find out where it put me. Okay, it kept the information. 6 hours in is about right because it wouldn't account for the times we've died. And I've died a lot today. Looks like it dropped us before I took out the priest. That's fine. Not ideal, but that's fine.
The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released.
So yeah, just bear with me a little bit while I redo what we lost because the game crashed. And make sure that the game is capturing. It is. Okay, very good. OBS is weirdly good about figuring that out until it isn't. Every now and then it just seems to forget. And then there's moments like this where you do the same thing 3 times and get different results eventually.
Here was horror. The shouts of men turned to the hissing of monsters. The Sandfox did not see, but they did hear an incantation finished. And the crying turned to groans from the earth itself as human tongues turned to sand.
That really is just a terrifying description, though. People's tongues turning to sand and everything. Like, they do a very good job of describing things vividly. Blessing and curse that is sometimes. Oh, that door's shut now, huh? Yikes. Well, that thwarts that plan. Thankfully, I have a backup plan. Or do I? No, I don't have a backup plan, actually. Is that grate is the problem. That grate is right there. That was gonna be how I was gonna get down there, but I see another way, actually, so we'll be okay. I'm trying to get to a fast travel point to get away from here. Oh, no, I don't see another way to get there, actually, because in order to get there, I'm gonna have to go all the way around. But actually, I do want to go over here, thinking about it more. Over there is going to be important to us, actually. Because we learned something via another bug that this game had. In that I fell through the world one of the times I died, and we ended up somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. And down past here is something I'm betting is going to be important. Like, I didn't see an item box or anything, but the name of the area...
Once
yeah,
more,
there we go.
The Sandfox could relax.
The Tomb of Jarbu. We know Jarbu was another Kashai because the people that handle the mushrooms down here in the depths told us about that. And they're also where we got one of our earlier upgrade items, because it was a treasure of Jarbu that they were holding for his successor.
His heart was pained to see the sandy, shambling parody of a man.
Some of these responses are weirdly timed as well. Like, you would think that that response would have been the first time we saw one of those sand zombies, but we've been seeing a lot of them.
The Sandfox destroyed the base, and so destroyed the sand monsters.
And there you go. That's how you get rid of the sand zombies. You can't knock them out, can't do anything with them, but if you destroy the vase that apparently is the source of their existence, then they just crumble to dust, and they go away. That simple. Yeah, now we're in the Tomb of Jarbu. But only apparently for a second? So that was interesting? Yeah, the Tomb of Jarbu and the mushroom farms are connected. I feel like that shouldn't be labeled Tomb of Jarbu. There really wasn't anything there. But I'm figuring if we go down here, we might discover more. Oh, nope, I've done it again. I've broken something again. How does this keep happening to me? Now, you might think this is a bit, but I'm genuinely stuck. There we go, the game figured it out and killed me. And this was my checkpoint, huh? Okay.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
I appreciate that, and thank you for the, again for the raid. Have a good night. Hopefully you'll be able to get some rest.
Time for caution, the Sandfox thought.
At least the glitches have been
heart was
funnier.
To see the sandy, shambling parody of a man. Another vase broken. More sand monsters turned into harmless piles. Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
Okay, now let's try that again without getting stuck in the floor this time. Yeah, that is a perfect example of what I was talking about before, though, with this game just having some really unfortunate bug problems. So I've definitely experienced more bugs today, I think, than I did last time. So it's definitely a case of the further into the game you get, the more the bugs show themselves. which is interesting. I would figure that's indicative of a more significant problem, though I do not know enough to point at something there. Interesting locale we found ourselves in down here. So it looks like this is just another path down to where the dead hands are. Yeah, this was not actually helpful in any real way. There's also been an unfortunate amount of that, where you, like, loop around expecting something good to happen because you found, like, another path somewhere, and it's just a path that leads to nothing. Like, we couldn't even have grabbed that seal from that path. Yeah, this is how we pursued the people that gave away the dead hand password for us, so this is useless. It really keeps implying that there's a room over here, even though that doorway there is collapsed. But maybe there's another path around to get to it, question mark? It's entirely possible. Huh. I'm just in this awkward position of I'm not sure where to go. Because we still don't have the ability to deal with these blue sections. Because these darker blue sections are just like... How to explain this? As far as I can tell, they expect you to either, like, double jump or glide or something along those lines. Because every single one of these marks, since I didn't explain this before, I should probably explain it now. Every one of these vertical lines indicates an ability you need, for the most part. Like, these red marks, as far as I've been able to tell, are where lock-pickable doors are. Yellow marks, I'm not actually 100% sure. I think this is like areas where you needed wall run or something to get to. Dark blue I started to associate, like I said, with the gliding and things. The light blue ones, like these tealish light blue ones, are the slide spots we've been talking about so much. These pink ones are floors you can smash through. Which is why I'm a little confused about the yellow ones now, because they're both vertical and horizontal. I'm actually not sure what the yellow ones mean, because there doesn't seem to be like a legend or anything explaining what all those marks mean. You're just kind of meant to figure them out. And this is just as best I've been able to figure them out. Maybe the green ones are lockpickable and the red ones are the ones that need keys, because you need lockpicks and keys interchangeably from time to time. Orange is the climbing gloves, where you, like, climb across a bar on the ceiling. Yeah, and that covers just about all those marks. It's also unfortunate that there's no music on the map screen. Or on this screen, really, or anything. Like, the pause menu just has nothing. But I guess they didn't intend for you to spend a long period of time on there. When you're trying to figure out your routing and figure out where you're going, when they don't give you anything to work with, you kind of end up spending a bit of time there. Yeah, I guess I'll go to my other potential port of call, which, to explain that thought process, it's up here. Because I'm figuring we slide through here and potentially climb up this to go across. Because we've not done anything in the Tower of Stars. The Tower of Stars is, like, the only area we've not really gone into at all. So I'm figuring that has to be the last place we can go.
The duo traipsed back into their secret base, and though the gates slammed shut behind them,
This sequence keeps
the
happening
Sandfox
over and over
knew that
again,
it
by the
was
way,
no
every time we're
longer
over
shut
here.
for good. For
So just
now,
ignore
they
that.
had the password. and could enter as they pleased.
Slowly we rose back into the air. There we go. I'm gonna run to this fast travel point, and then we can fast travel over... I guess to here. It's not ideal, but that's probably our best fast travel point, and we can get around a little quicker because we can slide now. Yeah, that's probably gonna be our best method for that. I do wonder how much of the game is left. Like, I feel like we're reaching that awkward splitting point. And I know I said I was probably not finishing this game after the experience I was having earlier. But I am mellowing a little bit in that regard now that we're out of that stuck pit. But I'm still not 100% sure what to do here. As I've said on numerous occasions, I don't mind not having any direction. I actually quite enjoy when I'm expected to figure out my pathing, as we've talked about before. But the problem ends up being...
The Sandfox
expecting you to figure out your pathing also gives an expectation that they will give you the right breadcrumbs to be able to figure it out, rather than you figuring it out from nothing, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like right now, maybe there's a thread I forgot or a thread I missed that makes this make sense. But right now, I feel like I'm kind of running on no information. That was the blackjack in action, in case people wondered whether I use it much. The answer is I use it extensively when I think it'll matter. Or sometimes when I'm feeling spiteful, I'll whack a guard upside the head because it's funny to me. And then there's times like that where you try to duck down, but since the crouch button and the go down a ledge button are the same button, sometimes you just end up falling down. Yep. There we go. Which I presume is why they give you headroom there, but it's still just very finicky. And we experienced this area a while ago. We haven't been here since toward the end of last session, because we were pursuing the captain of the guards to steal his key and apparently falsely authorize a transfer, which I forgot about that part of it at the time we were doing it, because we had encountered that guy we saw in that cell just a bit ago, the very foppish looking gentleman. He needed a transfer out of a really awful cell somewhere in here. Forget exactly where. I think it was like right over here, because we saw him from like the second area of the game, because we could hear him whining from a very long distance. Which, that never did end up amounting to anything that I did that either. It was just, oh hey, you helped that guy out. Like, great. Does that help me? Well, no. But you did a good thing. Hooray? I think you're meant to have come at this from the other direction, as far as that sliding spot goes. But I'm gonna use this to go up, I'm pretty sure there's an elevator here, and then we just go up and across. Not the way I'd originally intended to get here, but things happened. I feel like it says a lot, by the way, when the evil cult has better guards than the palace does. But I also feel like that's a pretty common thing, isn't it? Like, the evil cultists are a lot more motivated than your average Joe Schmo soldier, man. Especially a palace guard who probably hasn't had anything to guard against in generations. Think I got where I'm going? Yes, I did.
The Sandfox knew the danger had passed.
Okay, yeah, I can't even get to that spot. There's these blocks in the way. We need to activate the mechanism somehow, presumably. But I can't get to that switch, for example, that's underneath us, because the blocks are in the way. We activated this when we were here before, and that's what activated the elevator that I was discussing over here, I'm pretty sure. Which leaves us with no means of entry here. Huh. It's kind of unfortunate that those blocks aren't marked on the map in any way. If we're stymied there, then where am I meant to go? Oh, another point of clarity for those that may not have been here for it, as far as my point about not having any direction. There are quest markers, like this one right here for the music sheet, which is not relevant as far as I'm aware. But at some point it just stopped giving markers for anything. Like some of it makes sense that I have no marker for because I had no information for it. But I partially think it's my fault because I think at some point I derailed. Because I did things in a weird order. And I think that's what has caused everything to break down since then. Like, other, obviously, than the bugs themselves. The bugs are just the game. Oh yeah, I have no room to run away in here. This is gonna be awkward. Thankfully, he lost track of me because I put out the torch, so that works out. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what to do now. Oh, he's gonna come looking over here. Yeah, because we didn't pick up anything from the priest, as far as I'm aware. And we went and spoke to Zachariah after dealing with the priest, didn't we? So if Zachariah was gonna respond to the priest being taken out, he would have when we did that. We don't have any official permission to get through where Kareem is, so we can't go through there. Oh, you know, that makes sense now that I think about it. Because we can't get past Kareem, that's why we can't get into the Tower of Stars. So we need to resolve getting past Kareem. The question becomes, how do we do that? And there's one thing I can think of to do to give myself official permission to get past him. Though I don't know if the idea I have in mind is going to have the authority to do that. But we can try. We forged a transfer using the captain of the guard's desk before. I wonder if I can forge permission to go to the Tower of Stars. I figure that's more of a royal permission thing than a captain of the guard permission thing. But maybe we can try it since we're already over here anyway? Like, that's the kind of grasping at straws I'm at this point, because I feel like I've got nothing. Is as much trouble as we were having because we didn't have the ability to slide, sliding didn't really give us anything. That's the awkward duality this game's been having now and then.
This, to be sure, is the finest view of any prison cell. Oh, what a lovely, lovely view.
Still just as useless as he was earlier. Okay. I figured I'd give him another try, see if he could tell me something. Yeah, let's just pop our head into old boy's office here and see if there's a prompt. Nope. No, 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 no. So there was no prompt at his desk, so I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. We kept having those birds we could interact with, but they didn't... You know, they had a prompt on them, but I couldn't do anything with it. So I don't think that's a thing. I don't know. I think I might officially be out of threads to chase. Like, unless there happens to be something in this dark patch here or up in here. Those are like the only accessible patches of map we haven't been to. It's like, this is the King's Chambers. This is where Kareem is, where he tells me to fuck off. And as far as I could tell, I'm not able to pass through this area. Even though there's no marker here saying I can't. Because that would be about the only other way I could think of to, like, get across here. And in case people are like, but it doesn't show a connection between these on the sketch. These weren't connected either when they were just sketched out up here. So... that's a possibility? I just don't know. Like, I know I'm spending a lot of time staring at the map, and I'm sure it's not very interesting for people, but I don't know what else to do. I have to sit here and parse over this so I can figure out where even is a possibility to go to. And I don't remember if we can even get back up to this. I think now that we've been to it, I think we can climb up this bit here and get back. We may as well figure that out before I figure anything else out about where I'm going. Because that's going to be a pivotal part of going anywhere, is being able to go anywhere. Wild sentence, I know. Right, because the thing stopping us from getting there was the slide.
Sense danger nearby. The Sandfox knew the danger had passed.
Yeah, because we can go back the way we were over there, or we can go up this way. I think there was also another slide point leading to the... Oh, no. Wait. How was I having... You know what? Best not to think about it. Wait, no, yeah, getting here wasn't the problem. It was getting out of here into the palace area. That's the thing we were having trouble with last time. Right. We're already basically where I could test one of my ideas, which is double checking up here to make sure we can't just go under and around Kareem. Because if we can just go around him, then that solves the entire problem. The other protocol would be up here, potentially. Because if this is the king's chambers, then maybe the queen lives over here? Because if we just go to where the queen writes her orders, we might be able to just forge an order allowing us to go to the Tower of Stars that way. Whoa! Just did a weird, like, super jump for a second there. If I could figure out how to do that consistently, that would also help. This is the wrong part. Like, I'm in that awkward phase of my stubbornness is conflicting with my sense that this is no longer going to make interesting content. Where I don't really want to give up on this, but I'm starting to question whether this is worth it. And if I don't solve this by going to the two spots we're going to, I'm probably going to, at the very least, see if I can find the answer as to where I'm supposed to be going. I think by looking at a guide or something, because I don't really want to say this is obtuse, because I don't feel like I have information that is, like, more complex than it needs to be. We just don't have information. There's gaps there, so I can't climb that. We can go over here. And we made this jump before. Yeah, but this is graded off. So how did I even map this? Or is this one of those situations where the map did a weird thing and it's now got me all fucked up? I think the map just did a weird thing and has now swindled me again, because I know I've come over here before. I'm not gonna drop down because we get stuck and have to go all the way back around because of that. So I think we are just stuck on that one. I think we do have to go through Kareem. Which then leaves my other plan being the only real move to make.
Once more, the Sandfox.
Unless we suddenly can get past him.
Sandfox. I cannot allow you through unless you have official permission.
Which, with all the narration and information that they give you, they don't apparently have like an internal monologue about, oh, in order to get at this, I need to do this for that specific situation. But they'll have an internal monologue about things that are infinitely less complicated. It's a whole thing. Nope, the bird still doesn't work. Maybe if I go back to the king's room, maybe there's something I can do here? Though I would assume this isn't his office, so there wouldn't be any documentation I could forge here. Yeah, nothing. Also, any documentation coming out of the king's office probably would be met immediately with suspicion anyway, considering the whole, you know, the king's dead thing. I guess you can see these guys are very manipulable. They're not really like the biggest problem. Oh, right. This is where the flying nonsense is, which we couldn't do. Because we still need the whatever ability involved with that. As you can see, we can make some headway. But it's almost like you're intended to go the other way, because if you look at it, it looks like the wind's blowing left to right as well. But I don't really have a means of getting up there, as far as I can tell. And, like, all of it seems designed for you to come at it from the other direction, because that's blocked off with a lever. Unless there's something over here that I missed. Which is possible, because it's not really mapped out that much, but if you look at it, you might understand why it's not mapped out very much. It's just empty space. So, like, I'm kind of confused. And I know I'm just running back over previously run territory, but I'm just trying to figure out what to do here. Oh, I think I'm just gonna have to look it up. Which I hate doing. But I don't know what else to do now. Are you kidding me? So, we're right at the end of the game, for one, and for two, the answer is stupid. The answer is very stupid. The answer is, I've done everything I need to do already. I know, that sounds like an absurd statement, but I have done everything I need to do already. Remember when I said that it isn't gonna be the fact that I need to talk to the old man again, is I presented everything to him already? Yeah, apparently that is exactly what you're supposed to do. And it just didn't work correctly the first time. I just need to go do it again. His smashing the Dust Priest is relevant, but I swore up and down that I had done that. Of course, you were successful in hitting me out of the air this time. This unfortunately does mean getting back past this bastard again, as well as the mess over there, because of where we're positioned currently. Well, no, I guess it would actually be faster to go back this way since we can slide now. Or you're just gonna not grab the trellis. So, for good or ill, this game is almost done. So we will go ahead and finish this off. This is more or less going exactly how I thought it would. Just slight inconsistencies, causing it not to actually fully play out as intended. Is the other thing that makes this weird, and I'm just gonna say this because I have the information at this point, and I'm betting y'all aren't particularly attached to it at this point. The dagger is what gives you permission to go past Kareem, for some reason.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax. am your humble guide. Say the word and I'll get you where you need to go.
I will say, if for some reason I still can't get the
Understood.
dagger,
Let's
I'm
go.
going to have to assume that it's bugged and it's fucked. And we're just gonna accept that it's done at that point. Because I have double checked with a guide, we have fulfilled the entire criteria required. All you have to do is get the forged orders, which we have. You need to get the idol, which we have. The tablet, which we have. Brush the dust leader, which we did. And that's it. That's everything.
The Sandfox presented the vase of black sand. The king had these very vases brought in from the queen's homeland every year to celebrate the anniversary of their union. If the cultists are using these, then Dr. Zachariah raised his hand. I have seen enough. Altogether, this paints a most disturbing portrait. First, we have the unfortunate guard, Jihad. He escorts the queen to the stonemason, after which she hides him away in a dark prison. Immediately after, the stonemason began his work carving the Dustwalker idols. The very same idols the foul cultists within our walls are worshipping, performing their evil rites of transformation. And what are they using to perform this evil rite? Nothing other than the queen's own supply of black sand. All that taken with this Dustwalker tablet found beneath the king's own bed, and the sleeping poison found on his lips. He shook his head. Maybe death was a kinder fate. It is clear that the queen has betrayed us all. Couple all of this with the Armuzi right outside our gates, and I think it fair enough to call the queen a traitor. A weary sigh left the good doctor. She must be stopped. I will help you, Sandfox. The good doctor shook his head in dismay. I cannot deny it. Very well. I will help you. Meet me in my study at the palace. I will reforge your dagger there.
So I must have not talked to him again? Or it genuinely did bug out one of the times I did it? I don't know. The only thing that matters is we're in go mode now. I just need to go talk to him again, and then we can go end this. And I will say, depending on how this endgame segment goes, my final thoughts may be kinder than my thoughts have been so far. Oh, hey, look, there's an actual quest marker for this. There was no quest marker for going to talk to him to make sure that you did that.
Is there elsewhere in the kingdom you need to be?
It just needs a little bit of cleanup. It really does. Just need, like, little touch-ups here and there. Like ensuring that all of your quest markers for the game actually work.
As you
'Cause
wish.
it's clearly
This way.
designed for you to be using the quest markers. The amount of them that appear set the expectation that you're supposed to be using them. But then just some of the time, there just isn't one. Even though you already have clear context for there to be a quest marker there. Or considering the vial of black sand would presumably be evidence to give to
Sandfox knew It
Zachariah.
was time to be careful.
I don't understand why there's no marker there. And why, in amid the sea of narration that this game has, that there's no reminder there when you take out the Sand Priest to go, just a simple, like, now to take this to Zachariah. That's all they would have to have said. Or even just say it's familiar to something you've seen in insert location here. as a means of, like, connecting it to the queen, even. Like, there's dozens of ways they could unobtrusively make that connect.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax. Here, Dr. Zachariah presented the glass dagger to the Sandfox. I will not stand between you and your duty. The Queen must die. I'll send word to Karim of Starwatch. He will let you pass.
Yeah, because apparently the doctor is good enough qualification to let you through Karim. But you couldn't just, like, forge an order on the captain of the guard's desk to do it. There's just little things here and there that are just driving me batty with this one. But at least we got there. I had all the right pieces. I just fucked up for a moment, I guess. At least it's not a long trip. I actually missed my exit for making this trip shorter. And, you know, things like that totally help me not make mistakes when it just makes you fall sometimes. Why is the elevator not here? So much for this being faster. It's also my only way up there, though. Aside from going back up through here, I guess I'm gonna have to do. Because that's how we just got up there a moment ago, wasn't it? Hey, stupid, let me
I
through.
have heard from Dr. Z. We're all in your debt, and the robed man swallowed his uncertainty. The Tower of Stars is open to you. You'll find the Queen on the top floor.
I assume this is gonna basically be one final challenge. Climbing the tower. Because I did not look at what I'm gonna have to do. I want to make that clear. I just looked at the fact that this is the final thing you needed to do to get the glass dagger and then go deal with the queen. The fact that the only guide written for this game, by the way, on Steam, was the guide to this very specific sequence that I'm dealing with right now, is telling. Like, there's only the two items missing. The glass dagger, which we now have, and the unknown ability, which is what we've been trying to figure out, which is the cape. Presumably. Or whatever lets you glide or hover or whatever the hell it does. Did anybody else see that? Those gates up there were hopping up and down very slightly.
The chambers of the Queen's handmaidens. How comfortable a place it had been once. No, 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 no. The handmaiden whispered furiously. Get out of here! This is my role now.
What, are you planning to kill the queen? If so, you're gonna have to be faster than I am. I've got plenty of reason to kill her off at this point. Oh, that doesn't reach, huh?
Flowed here on demand. The burbling water poured forth.
No, there's no door. Well, there is a door, but not a door I could go through. Also, apparently they've just got an army of handmaidens with knives. So that's a thing.
The chambers of the Queen's handmaidens. How comfortable a place it had been once.
It's kind of upsetting that you can't just sling
The
yourself
elite
across them.
retinue of the Queen, groomed from her canniest handmaidens, were known simply as the Blades. Across Carryman, they were revered and feared. The Sandfox held the same tension within them. Warm waters flowed here on demand. The burbling water poured.
This is going to take a bit longer than I thought to get through.
The chambers of the Queen's handmaidens. How comfortable a place it had been once. The elite retinue of the Queen, groomed from her canniest handmaidens, were known simply as the Blades. Across
Really
Carryman,
helpful
they
if
were
he just would do
revered
what I tell
and
him to
feared.
sometimes.
The Sandfox held the same tension within them. Warm waters flowed here on demand. The burbling water poured forth playfully.
That didn't look like that would work, but I'll take it.
The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released. The Blades had spent a lifetime training, much like the Sandfox.
All that training and they still are incredibly vulnerable to a blackjack to the back of the head, as it turns out. Thing is, why am I even going this way? Like, this feels needlessly convoluted. I presume I have to get past all the Blade girls. Oh, especially now, because I realized that lever there probably opens those doors. I'm actually going to go back to the checkpoint, because I think I fucked up. And that jump doesn't seem particularly makeable to go back.
The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released.
This is what I'm thinking,
The
is I have to
Blades
go
had spent a
to the
lifetime
left
training, much like the Sandfox.
to open the door to the right. So perhaps the lever here opens the doors over there. So I feel like that door over here is far enough away that it probably won't. Fascinating how the blades have male idle noises, by the way.
The Sandfox knew the danger had
Like they
passed.
just didn't change the audio for them. But you know, you do you on that. It's interesting that they couldn't get a separate recording for that. You just gonna stand there in the middle of the room the whole day? I'm gonna say, I'm sure you don't have a purpose for standing there. Come on now. It is interesting that they can climb around like we can. That should be a good spot to leave you. Except apparently... Why did that make
Within
her
the base,
aggro?
the Sandfox could not be seen.
Yeah, you know, can't be seen as they stand right next to the vase I'm hiding in. Okay, let's see if I lost them far enough that they'll actually give up or not. Nope. So, how exactly does she know I'm here? How, pray tell, do you know exactly which vase I hid in? Even though you were all the way over there, not looking this way? Also, they did a great job fixing the getting stuck on ladders thing, considering there's one of them stuck up there. Like, you can make the excuse that I made a lot of noise sprinting over. But at the same time, I just don't think that this is particularly well coded. Where that excuse makes sense. Especially when you have her running backwards like that, for example. And if we just didn't have this one... Actually, no, she's stuck, so it doesn't matter. Great game design, everybody, where I can just cheat the system there because they're just frozen in time for some reason. I'm really questioning why I'm going all the way over here, though. But I presume there has to be a reason for it. So, no, this is just leading back to where I was, though. We've been over here before. Unless there's an item down here or something. Like an important item. No. There's a checkpoint for some reason. I guess there has to be a reason to do this. There wouldn't be a checkpoint here for nothing. This seems like such weird pathing. Thank God. That was weirdly delayed. I pressed the button and a solid, like, 5 seconds later he flipped. Apparently there's somebody still aggroed on me, too. I'm assuming it's the blades that are stuck up there are just, like, in perpetual anger mode now. And they're probably trying to track me as best they can from up there. Because we're right below that room that they were in. Yeah, now we're back in the right area, so there has to be some logic to this. I did not press the run button at all. But it works, because now they're going to be confused and gives me time to open this door. You're coming down here. Okay, but why, though? Do you just not want to get your shoes wet? Why did you even climb down if you were going to climb back up to jump over here? Well, you have fun.
The blades could run along walls just as well as the Sandfox. They were by turns impressed and horrified.
Hi. Oh, you're just gonna chill there, huh? Great. No. You stay down here where you're out of my way. On the bright side, their greater mobility does actually lend itself to some unique weaknesses. Because there will be different opportunities to strike them compared to regular guards. Because the regular guards, you know, end up only being able to go to like 3 or 4 specific spots in a lot of cases, where these ladies can go basically anywhere. And then there's times like this one where she's just kind of stuck there. Here, let me help you out with that. There you go. I mean, yes, she's gonna drown, but you know what? I'm not particularly concerned about it, as it turns out. So you gonna jump up and check it out, or you good? You're not actually that interested? This game. Thanks for just dropping instead of doing what I told you to again, Sandfox. Appreciate that. You know, for the fact that they're supposed to be able to run up walls like we can, they really don't do a very good job of it, huh? They should have been able to pursue me up there. And he just did that thing again where he doesn't do what he's supposed to. I pressed up to grab this trellis on the way down and he just fell right past it. Like, I think what they did is they gave these blades more of a toolkit, and then they didn't actually change their AI relative to the guards enough. I think that's exactly what happened here. Like, they're basically working on the exact same AI, but more mobility, but they don't understand how to use it. Ah, there was 3 of them in that stack, not 2. I thought there was only 2 because I saw the 2 sprites sticking out that were facing opposite directions. I'm like, okay, I can get away with bopping one of them and running away. Is the one that's facing away from me won't have a chance to figure out that I'm there until after I've already struck. And then it didn't work. But I think that was the only way to get them unstuck from that position anyway. Did that one guard just despawn? Where are you two going? You just having a fun meeting over here? Yeah, you're just having a fun meeting right there. Okay, that's fine. At least they're moving around correctly again. So I can kind of just follow them around. Not sure yet how I open this gate, but I presume it has something to do with flying across these higher ledges. It's just been the modus operandi of this game, so I would expect that to continue being the case. I wanted to make him stop running so he didn't set them all off this time. I assume there's gonna be like a lever or something over this way. Yeah, that's new territory up here. It may also just be that that door is a red herring.
The Sandfox breathed easily again.
Oh, I see. I see the idea. We did all of that just to get around to the other side of this room so we could go up these 3 pillars that were right next to where we just went down. That's what all of that was for.
I always knew you were trouble, the handmaiden said, but I never knew just how much.
Joke's on you. I'm the solution, not the problem. I guess they expect me to do this, huh? Yeah, they do expect me to do exactly that. Okay. That really doesn't look like that would work, but what do I know? I may as well talk to you in case this does something.
Samara, what is this? The handmaiden touched the hem of the Sandfox's garment. What are you wearing? It's so unflattering.
It's called work clothes, lady. Think about it. My job isn't to look attractive. My job is to be hard to see.
Never were there so many perfumed pillows gathered in one place. Though they struggled to admit it, the Sandfox felt a strange, sorrowful kinship with the blades.
Yeah, I suppose. our functions are fairly similar. Except they're much more specific. Like, they're just for the queen, whereas we are protecting everything around, more or less. So I suppose perhaps we work directly for the king. I don't really know what our connection to all of this really is. Other than we got pulled into this mess by making contact with the king as the king died. Oh, you reacted to that way better than I thought you would. There go. Oh, that needs a lockpick. Well, I keep getting caught by that. Every now and then it's like, I'll get away with this. It'll be fine. Whack. Slap face first into a locked door.
Never were there so many perfumed pillows gathered in one place. The Sandfox sensed danger nearby.
You'll also notice that those are doors I can't peek through, too. So they really do just expect you to slam face first into these blades now and then.
Though they struggled to admit it, the Sandfox felt a strange, sorrowful kinship with the blades.
Well, she doesn't jump down for any reason, which she has no reason to do. We should be free and clear on doing that. Here you go. Assume you just hop around up there? Yeah, you just hop around up there. That's fine. As long as I don't make a racket, they won't be my problem. And we go up some more. Like, this area is neat. I do think it's a little overpopulated in some parts, because there's areas where there's like 5 blades in one place. Which would be fine if they were on like an actual patrol route, but they're just kind of clumped up for reasons. Not even in a like they're protecting each other reason, they're just kind of in a mess for some reason. That was a well-timed turnaround for her. Now, if only she could have turned around just like a frame sooner so she didn't see me while she turned around. That would be great. Keep pointing at you. Gonna point at you till you move on. Yeah, see, she also doesn't see me when I was still hanging there. I guess it was because we didn't, like, turn proper gray as she was looking at us initially. Stubborn man that I am, this is almost over.
Dr. Zachariah's invention of brass and glass brought nearer the stars from heaven to earth. The Sandfox recalled wistfully the first time they'd peeked through the lens. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The Sandfox's heart beat faster, faster. The time was so near. The time for pain, grief, anger. All in time. The Sandfox steeled themselves for the task ahead.
Remember what I said about just happening to run into a blade? Yeah. Yeah. It is neat that they've got a telescope around here, apparently. Another one of those cases where it probably would have been a nice moment if the next bit of narration wasn't packed in so close behind it. And if there wasn't a angry blade just hanging out right above our head. Okay, there we go. We got far enough away that she gave up. Which, on the note of arbitrary things, the leash radius on their AI is quite arbitrary. Like, it seems distance-based, but it's not, like, consistent distance. It's weird. Everything about this is weird. Of course, you just happen to turn around. You know, that works. When they just kind of get stuck, yeah, that works. Now, is she gonna be able to go back once she unaggroes, or am I gonna have to climb up past her without getting hit? That's the fun question now. She is very much stuck there. Alright. Later, dummy. She can't even, like, detect properly from that position. Like, she detected the sound of us, but not, like, seeing us. Because I think she's, like, stuck inside the wall, technically, there. Oh, I think I understand what I need to do. That took an immense amount of trust in the game there. Oh, there she is.
The Sandfox steeled themselves for the task ahead.
The memory of getting dumped down the pit, fresh in our minds. One of the handmaidens actually a little sad that we got dumped down the hole. Oh. Possibly why we didn't die. Oh. They took on our guys. That's why the abilities were gone.
Sandfox knew something was amiss, and then within an instant, the queen dissolved into black sand.
Of course that was a fake. In the position she was in, would you really think the real thing would be standing so simply there?
The vases of black sand. Dr. Zacharias stared out at the evil storm, thinking she brought many into the kingdom. Sandfox, listen. You must destroy every such vase. That, I think, will end the storm and open the way to the queen. Take this. He gave the Sandfox a winged suit. It's an invention of mine. I'd hoped to be the first to try it, but now is no time for pride. May the gods be with you as you walk, and as you fly.
And now we have the last ability. That's why none of this made sense.
A miracle from the mind of Dr. Zachariah. A winged suit, which gave the Sandfox the gift of the birds and the angels. Flight.
Oh, wow, that's actually, like, really flat flight, too. Wow. Oh, we know what to do with this. We go up here, and we fly across those air currents we saw all that time ago. It's a real shame that they're only giving us this ability at the end of the game.
Stars reaching across the whole of the shifting sands and overwhelming the sky itself. A black sandstorm began to rage.
I mean, that'll do a great job of dealing with the enemy army that's outside if the whole place gets scoured with an evil sandstorm. But I presume that would then turn all of the enemy soldiers into monsters, probably, which wouldn't help.
The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released.
How am I supposed to get up there, though? Like, the air currents were higher up. So I'm a little confused why we were directed to go out through here. Oh, I think I was meant to land up there and then go across? Question mark? And I botched the jump because I flew the way it looked like I should? It's like, you very clearly are much more intended to fly across there, you would think. No, you don't make that, huh? I think I might be better served by ignoring where they're directing me to go and going around and across the higher path. So now I have a little bit of a longer road to go here.
The Sandfox knew it was time to be careful.
It allows us to grab this too, which is nice.
The clay cylinder was engraved by
another cat.
Zamel, the hare. Zamel reflects on his predecessor, Maro, the hare. There's a prayer to Rashid, bidding Maro a good journey in the beyond.
Been a while since we saw one of these cats. I assume they probably were much more distributed around the game. We just didn't end up encountering the rest of them. Okay, you know, don't need to take flight when I tell you to or anything. I feel like the abilities were slightly weirdly distributed, but with how short this game actually is, it does start to make a bit more sense. Because, like, this game is meant to move pretty quick. And it probably would have been done in, like, 8 hours, probably, give or take, if we didn't have that major snafu along the way about pathing. And I will say, ordinarily, I'm the one who's saying you could probably have made your game shorter. But ironically enough, in the case of this game, I think they might have actually been better served if they made the game longer. And that may sound like madness coming from me, but just follow along with me on that train of thought. Because if they had extended things out a little bit, they would have been able to better provide context and backing for why some of this stuff had to be done. Because some of these things are just kind of, oh yeah, this just kind of happened. Like, we really didn't have anything leading us to the cultists, particularly, for example. We saw that there were some cultists there, and we went in and took out their priest. But there wasn't really context for that. That was just like a, oh hey, we just kind of did that. Like, what little context we had was provided by the narration and not even really by the world around us particularly much, for example. Okay, we're in position now. This is when this doesn't actually even work at all. Because it's all facing the wrong way. Yeah, this is a weird situation. You would think you would have wanted to have flown up here to begin with. To get over here. So why then do they have it set up so that you try to come in through this window instead? It's so weird. So this whole tower doesn't... Oh, I think you fly out the other side of the tower up top. That door's closed. Weird. Okay, so there are... Oh! Wait a minute, wait a minute. Yeah, no, this would be the last one if I hadn't missed a few. Oh, they are scattered around the goddamn map, too. Thankfully, they're not that bad to get to, so we should be able to clean this up before it takes too awful long. But this is also kind of another not great idea. Also, that begs the question, what was the point to having me fly over here, then? Like, was this just a, hey, this is how your flight works moment? Instead of that having literally anything to do with what we need to be doing. Like, I had pinned a lot on that actually being something meaningful. And maybe that's just on me, again, but I don't know. On the bright side, we can get through this area a little easier now. You know, except for the fact that that snake still has higher reach than I think it does. Like, this is the perfect example of an area that probably could have done with a better fast travel point in it somewhere. Oh, and to address the twist about the handmaiden picking up the Sandfox's cloak and everything, that's another case of it just kind of happens and doesn't get addressed at all so far. Like, they just kind of show you a silent scene of her picking up the cloak. Which at least, like, provides context, like I said, for the fact that that's why we lost all of our abilities when we fell. And also how the Sandfox somehow survived falling all of that distance. But I don't know.
I wish I could play this, the foreign musician said, but the notation isn't familiar. Do you have anything written in the style of my own country? The foreign musician snatched the music away from the Sandfox and began to play at once. Thank you, he said. I only pray my music causes no offense.
Well, good news. When I'm through, there won't be anyone in power for you to offend, because they'll be dead. This does provide us with, like, a lot of power. So I understand why they didn't give you the wingsuit until now. But it did really feel like there were a bunch of areas where it felt like you were expected to have it. But I guess that was just to give you a hint for later. Which, that is not uncommon in this genre. In fact, you know what? Here, you come with me. You run over here, and then I'm gonna fly over you. This way I can do this a little better than I usually have been doing. Because as we've learned before, all I had to do to get to this fast travel point was drop down.
The danger had passed.
but I was trying to just cut straight across, because it would be theoretically quicker. And in terms of getting to this jar, I may as well just go across and just go down there straight off. This is just the original clown squad that we were dealing with to get through here. Let's see, yeah, this should take me the right way. But also take me around the worst of the enemies I need to avoid, so it'll be a little quicker. I do like the amount of adjustment you can do with the wingsuit. Like, you saw me drop down a bit and then reactivate it, for example. Okay, Oz is right underneath us. It's right over there. So what you're meant to do is presumably jump from here, fly, grab that. There's the vase up there. Oh, they are different vases than the ones we were breaking before. Okay.
Another vase of sand. Another opportunity to destroy the sand monsters. As the very moment the vase shattered, spilling its sand.
I really wish there was different narration for that, since it's a different jar. Also, this is why this room existed. We snuck into here and there was no reason to be there yet. Which explains a couple of the other places we went to that seemed like they had no purpose. Like, I don't think there was any purpose down here, but we had gotten there earlier as well. But we just have 3 jars left, I think? That one that I had assumed there was going to be an item tucked into. This one down here, the one in the red area, the Cinnabar Mine specifically, and then the green one over here. Which, this might be where we need to go afterwards, based on the thing there. I presume we will want to break this one last, and then we fly through here to go chase after the queen. That's my assumption, anyway. So our next port of call then should be this fast travel point, question mark? No, actually we should just drop down, go through here, go down, go over here. And then it's gonna suck a little bit, but we'll go around, probably? Which, I'll give them credit for something here. They've made the vases fairly easy to get to, and they're kind of clustered together a bit. Which some may say is a blessing and some may say is a curse. Also, there's a certain point where the glider doesn't kick in. Just learn that one right now. So I'm gonna have to break that vase again. All because they, for some reason, didn't let me activate the glider after a certain amount of falling. Which, don't get me wrong, it makes sense, terminal velocity and all that, but come on now.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
We got places to be, people to see, and more importantly, people to stab. People that should actually stay dead this time.
A vase of magical sand. The Sandfox knew what to do. As the very moment the vase shattered, spilling its sand.
So I guess I have to actually fly back. No, wait, no, that's close enough. We should survive that.
The Sandfox sensed danger.
Yeah, this is where we initially encountered cultists. We should be able to go down past them. Go where I'm trying to go. I can't believe that didn't wake that guy up. My intent was to glide right before I hit the ground. That was fascinating. I'm learning weird tricks with the glide. That probably shouldn't be tricks. Sorry, I'm opening the map a lot, but I'm trying to make sure I'm going the right way, which in this case, I wasn't. Which is why I keep opening it. I actually want to go back up through here. Yeah, Yeah, because we want to drop down on this side to get where we're going. I thought for some reason all these tunnels down here were connected. They're not. Forgot that from all the way back at the beginning of the game when we were here originally.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
We could go up there and go grab that. Yes. Or not. It's gonna be a not. Because I can't be bothered to repeat that move to try to do that. So apparently there's another regular jar around here somewhere, since there's still sand zombies running around. Go back the other way a bit. Oh, did I fuck up? I think I fucked up. No, I can still get it back around. So we should be able to run up this. Going through that was actually a mistake in terms of getting where we're going. And I think I made the exact same mistake when we went through there after gaining slide before. Now, don't go into that corner where it gets you stuck. We learned that last time. Also, don't get stuck there. Is like, areas are reasonably well signposted in this game based on what abilities you need to get through them. Is all the abilities are fairly coherent and they all have very specific uses, which are all positive things. That's all positive in terms of a Metroidvania. If they just signpost the goals a little more consistently, or, you know, they're doing a weird in-between right now, is the problem. And I know I harped on about that a bit before, but it's relevant to the current thought process again, so we're just there again at the minute. God fucking damn. They made this jump really awkward. Like, you have to be at just the right height to grab that ledge. That seems like it's the only way that you're gonna get to that, because this was too high to grab. I keep reflexively gliding, which doesn't help. Now that I have it, now I try to use it everywhere. Because if I go lower like that, I end up needing it. Yeah, you don't make that jump, though. So, like, am I misunderstanding? Is there some other way to get up there? Because that looks very clearly designed to be the path you use to get to that. So the checkpoint is on this side. There's nothing, you know, you can't get there from here. So is this just like a really shitty jump? I have the feeling we're gonna be here for a hot minute. Like, the longest part about this process is probably gonna be just doing these stupid jumps. Because, like, from the top height you can have, you don't make it. I don't understand what the hell they want from me here. Like, why did they have to put a middle finger of stone right in the middle of this? Because I don't think at any point this had the precision platformer label on it. And yet it really does behave like one. I don't get it. Am I doing something wrong? Am I stupid? Or is this just, like, questionable here? You just don't get the height there. And if I go any lower on the pillar, I'm pretty sure I'm still gonna smack my head into the wall. Let's try from here. Yeah, see, you're just even lower. We're not actually losing any height, even though it seems like you should. And there's not even, like, a blue marker saying you need to glide to get there. Did I mention this at all? At this point, fuck it. We know what we need to do. I'm just apparently having trouble doing it. Okay, according to the end of the guide, they are working on cleaning up the markers, so they are going to fix that. And there's just a couple things left to do. The guide does not say anything about getting to that vase, so I guess I'm just screwing up the jump. If there was anything extra to that, I would presume that the person who wrote this would say it, because they only point out the necessary things. Which I was barking up the wrong tree, by the way, about which area to go to after. Because that's apparently another thing that they don't have a marker for, but it lines up with an assumption I had, so I can actually figure that one out fine enough. Now I just have a decision of, do I finish dealing with this? Like, we are a stone's throw away from finishing this. I just cannot make this stupid fucking jump. And I have no idea why. Like, I don't know if there's, like, a hidden trick to pillar jumping that I missed this entire time or something. Like, we're as high up as we can go. I can't go any higher. I jump from here, and we just smack our head into it. I don't understand what they want from me. And if they didn't want me using that pillar shouldn't be there. But if I try to, like, cheekily fly from there, which that's lined up perfectly with touching that edge over there, by the way. You smack your head into the ceiling. So it's clearly intended that you're supposed to make that jump. But I, for some reason, am incapable. And, like, that time I tried mashing flight to see if I could, like, gain a little bit of height that way or something. And it just didn't take. Oh, now it worked. That is exactly what I was supposed to do. It's just very janky. Just like the rest of this game. Do the same thing 1,000 times, and eventually you end up with different results for reasons.
As before, the destruction of the vase was the destruction of the monsters.
Yeah, you know, the monsters that are nowhere around here for some reason. Those monsters? Yeah. Probably will still be faster to go around to this fast travel point. So close. I will say, I don't regret picking this game up and playing it by any stretch of the imagination. I do regret how early I picked it up, based on how this is all turning out.
The frog had marked the cylinder. In some long past age, it bore a prayer to Tarnu, the hunter, asking for his aid in an upcoming assassination.
Yeah, I think y'all can figure out why I regret getting into the game on release. Just because it has the scuff and the issues that are tarnishing this experience. Do I think I would have still had problems with it even if it was polished completely? Probably a few, but I think there would have been less of them. Now, admittedly, even if they had spent time fixing everything, there's no guarantee they would have fixed everything, too. Also forgot that I can't go back this way. So my cunning plan for this to be faster is probably not going to work out. But we'll get there. We will finish the job. We're so close. Just a little bit more. I will say, this is definitely not a game I would recommend to anybody who has not played the Metroidvania genre at all, because I feel like it might make them not want to ever play another one. This does suffer from a lot of the issues that is usually associated with this genre, in terms of its signposting and such, like we've been talking about. And if people don't enjoy stealth, they probably shouldn't play this either, though I don't particularly care for stealth like we've talked about, and I've been making it work well enough. But boy, does the stealth part of this only partially work. Like, we have had some weird detections here and there. We've had numerous enemies getting stuck.
The duo traipsed back into their secret base, and though the gate slammed shut behind them, the Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good. For now, they had the password and could enter as they pleased.
Which that's another point, though. For all that this was listed as being very stealth-focused, I did not feel especially encouraged to be stealthy half the time. Because there were a lot of times where you could just, like, outspeed your opposition to the point where it didn't much matter. Like, as I demonstrated running away from, like, the heavy guys, for example, you could just genuinely just outrun them. And as long as you don't get stuck, you're basically golden. Just go maximum street rat and just outrun the guards and laugh at them.
Is there elsewhere in the kingdom you need to be?
Considering you can't take me to out of the kingdom, presumably, yeah, over here will do, I guess.
As you wish. This way.
My hope is to hit this jar, swing to the left, hit the other jar, and then go where we need to go. We'll see how well that pans out, though. Yeah, my only other regret is not giving in and just pulling up a guide sooner, because we could have went from defeating the priest to the end game and probably been done with the game by now. But you know, that's the classic stubborn gambit. You either trust your gut in thinking that you can do it, or you accept that you can't and do the thing that'll make it work. I do think, though, that there's too many of these jars. Like, there being one jar wouldn't have made sense. There being 4 jars...
The destruction of the vase was the destruction
ends up
of the
feeling
monsters.
just, like, weirdly in the middle. Like, it doesn't feel quite right. I don't know how best to explain the thought process there. Let's just go back up to the fast travel point. I was gonna swing around, but the fast travel point's so close to it. Why is this not lifting me? Game, please. Up. Up, up. There it goes. Like, those are super janky. Come the fuck on. You know, maybe it would be faster to go back. But the problem is, there's high chance I'll die going back. There we go. Oh, right. Go the long way. Son of a bitch. I gotta go through this whole rigmarole to get back. And unfortunately, flight doesn't make this any faster. If anything, I risk dying trying to use it, probably. Because these air vents are already a little questionable. Because you would think, oh, you got caught by the air vent, you should get thrown upward now. But if you don't have the vast majority of you in the air vent, it just goes, nah. Which that makes a degree of sense, but also I've been, like, touched by just enough to touch the Sandfox's head, for example, and it's thrown me, so it's another lack of consistency. That makes this less of a fun mechanic, more of an annoying mechanic. Let's not forget the times where they weren't fully active and yet they threw me anyway, for example. It's just all so weird. Either way, we're almost back out of here. Oh yeah, we can shortcut this now at least. Like, this is clearly intended for you to come back because you go up here, you fly across instead of going around that left-hand side. A very, very minor shortcut. You probably could fly through most of this too, but I wouldn't trust it personally. Of course, you know, I really shouldn't trust anything in this game, and I should know better than that by now. Fuck it, I might as well try flying. Yep. That's what I was worried about, though, is that being still at the right height to just knock you out of the air. Like, no matter how low I go, that's not gonna help, I don't think. But we can skip part of it. Wait for those gas plants to be out of the way. There we go. Yeah, it lets you skip a little bit. All that just to get back to the ability to climb up. And they could have just done you a solid and, like, had a ladder or something so that you didn't have to have this whole be a ball ache when you came back. It's like, this is an example of a section where you've proven you can do it. I don't see any reason to force the player to have to redo it. But that's also kind of the same line I use when I'm talking about boss fights and such, and I've
Is there elsewhere
very
in the
frequently
kingdom
had
you
people
need to
not
be?
agree with me about that line of thought, so maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. Or maybe I just have a
Understood.
very different
Let's go.
definition of what is and isn't worth time. Oh, this is not the one I wanted.
I am your humble guide.
This is
Say the
why I
word
wish
and
I
I'll
could
get you where you need to
pick
go.
these instead of having it be just you have to figure it out based on the nameplate. Not all these nameplates make sense for where they
Understood.
are.
Let's go.
Like this one that we're going to being the old fort, it doesn't really fit because it's under the old fort and it's still in the Cinnabar mines in terms of its labeling. Of course, I'm gonna have a whole to-do coming back down from here, I remember now, but
The Sandfox
fine.
sensed danger nearby.
Yeah, I didn't clear out all the monsters here, did I? Nope, sure didn't, because I couldn't be bothered to. 'Cause I didn't expect to have to come back. Whoop, 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 whoop. You would think being in darkness and hidden, they would give up after a bit, but they don't. Thankfully, we don't need to run across the ground like we used to for that situation. Okay, that actually leads where I wanted to go anyway. This one's actually apparently pretty easy to get to. I presume that this one was meant to be gotten before the other one I just did,
The
probably.
Sandfox destroyed the vase, and so destroyed the sand monsters.
So that's all the vases. How do I get out of here is gonna be the better question. Do I just go back the way I just came down? Probably the fastest way is just go back up. So going back up is gonna involve going all the way around. Thankfully, we cleared out the monsters for the most part. Like, obviously there are some that I didn't clear out. As we noticed on our way in. But the worst of them have been dealt with. Thanks, game. Thanks for not giving me that one. Or giving me that grab, apparently, either. Like, every time I want to start being nicer to it again, it does one of those things to me where I'm just like, you know what? No. Well, we're not being nice. They're not being nice to me. Why should I be nice to them? Is you have weird magnet grabs some of the time, and then other times you can be brushing it with your fingertips, and then that's not good enough. Yeah, this is not clearable, even though on the map it looks like you might squeeze through. Wanted to make sure. We can just run through here. We don't have to worry about that. We're most of the way out of here. Because we can thankfully avoid touching the ground for the most part, so we don't set off the dervishes. Because remember, they respond to sound because they can't see. Which is why they're usually paired with the sand zombies, because they start screeching whenever they see somebody.
The Sandfox breathed easily again.
But this is what I mean, is getting in and out of these places now that we have all of our abilities isn't anywhere near as bad.
Say the word and I'll get
so getting
you
the
where you need to
vases
go.
isn't too bad, but it just feels... it feels unnecessary. I don't want to say it feels tacked on, but that's the closest thing I can say that's accurate. I'm gonna go here because I don't remember where the place I need to be is called. Yeah, if I had cut at the 4-hour mark like I did last time, we would have only had like 2, maybe 3 hours of content left. So I'm glad I'm finishing this up, even if this is pushing it a little bit. Based on what the guide said, I needed to go back to the Tower of the Stars and go through the mechanical section. Basically, what I was assuming over here, as far as I can gather, is where I need to get to. The area I was assuming I needed to go earlier. Basically, a lot of the things
knew it was time to be careful.
I assumed I needed to do were correct, just incorrectly timed in some cases. Now, I still can't get up there, though. So we may still run into the same problems we had before. Of not being able to get to the right spot. And the thing is, that's assuming I'm going to the right place. Because I've got a 50-50. But based on the outline there, it doesn't really help. Like, you see that I'm correct that I need to go over there. Because I had assumed I needed to go over here before. Like, you have to either get there from here or from here. Neither of which have a fast travel point within miles of them, I would like to point out. This is one of those weird blind spots as far as fast travel goes that I was alluding to before. Like, why is it that so many developers of this type of game forget what a fast travel point is toward the end of their game? They just forget that that's a concept and just throw it out. Like, why? Why? Like, do they not understand that that just leads to needless padding? Because that's all this is at this point. Like, narrative-wise, I fully accept us not successfully assassinating the queen the first time. The whole black sand thing is interesting. I have no problems with any of that. My only problem is with how it's being handled mechanically. What they could have done is all those jars that were scattered around the map that we were breaking to destroy the monsters, especially since the narration even alludes to them being the same thing, have it be a reward for you actually having paid attention and broke those, that you don't have to run around and clear all these vases. Have those be her, like, weird sand soul anchors that she's using. This way you reward exploration in an additional way, and you don't add this extra padded section in between bits here. Like, it just feels unnecessary. And like I said, it specifically as I used the word padding there, that's exactly what this feels like. Is you're doing extra work that doesn't really feel like it benefits the narrative in any real way. And I know saying that this feels padded flies in the face of my earlier comment about they could make the game longer and it would work. That's because there is work they could have added in, I feel, that would have attached better to
the Sandfox
the narrative.
Easily again.
Okay, I need to get up there, which we've been up there before, and then we fly across that gap, and that's what we need to be doing. Okay, apparently gliding there's not good enough either. But how do I get back up there? Because I know I had problems with that before. I guess I do extended wall jumps, yeah. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. There we go. Not sure that that's how I was meant to do that, but that's how I've done it, and we're just... Fuck all y'all, I'm coming through. You ain't gonna be able to stop me anyway. That was uncomfortably close, sir. Do not throw another rock. Ooh, that almost wasn't enough. There we go. We've started up the machinery. And the text didn't work. Okay, very good.
A network of metal pipes wound their way from the depths of the earth upward, up to the tower above.
I see why the guide said that this isn't a big deal, just watch out to not get crushed. Like, half the narration here is just not triggering for some reason. Like, the text boxes are appearing, but the words are not happening.
The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released.
Oh, come on. Oh, there is actually a funny thing about the guide I pulled this from, by the way, that I want to point out. And that is, at the end of their guide, they actually put a plug for their own game. At the end of their guide for this game. I just found that very funny. Why is this just barely out of reach? Do they really need to push the glider so much that they have even a basic jump like that needing the glider? Do we really need to do that, game? Also, apparently, we don't need to grab ledges sometimes, I guess. We are so close. That's the only reason this game is still running. It's almost over now. Oh, now I overshot. Great. Great. Yeah, it didn't need the glider. It just is super picky. The machines sure did shift the world around me. The voiceless text, yes. Okay, I think we go down from here. Up looks like it's a waste of my time. They tried to trick you to go up, but no. Over here.
A fissure split straight through the mighty cliffside. The drip of water echoed all the way
Yes, this is the right way.
down.
Oh, I see. More mechanisms. But I presume that's for going back? Question mark? Yeah, because I can grab here. Now, whether I'm supposed to have grabbed there or not, that's a question that remains unanswered. But based on the trouble I'm having grabbing there, I think I'm not supposed to do that. In fact, it almost looks like you might actually be intended to go back out now. Because there'll be machinery up there, perhaps, that's moving. I'm not sure I'm reading the intention here correctly. I'm gonna try that path over here again, right quick. Yeah, because I can grab there. Okay. I might have been about to waste a massive amount of time going around the other way. Or not. Or I was correct in thinking that I need to go around over there. Can I bypass it, though? Nope. Flight doesn't take you far enough. There's no lever on our side here. Well, tried to cheese it. Almost cheesed it. Unless I can, like, glitch through it. No. Okay. I just had a thought. Because of the voice the narrator has, and a certain revelation we had not too long ago. What if our narrator here is the one who took over for the Sandfox? What if that's how they knew all of this? They weren't told, they were the ones who lived it. That gets us a shortcut back to that fast travel. But there's not really a fast travel that would make getting back up there faster. I think it's genuinely quickest to go back through the machinery here, because actually climbing this might lead somewhere good. If that's even possible. Yeah, that just leads back up to there. That's what I was afraid of with that. May as well just drop through this. That's not the direction you were supposed to be flying. So fastest way to get back around is, yeah, just to go back into the machinery over here, because the area I was looking at where I said it was a fake out to go up, we'd probably just go up through there now. So it's nowhere near as long as it initially seems. You know, aside from the times where he just doesn't do what you expect him to. Are you kidding me? You're telling me there was no other checkpoints along this entire bit here? Why? I've said it before and I'll say it again. Why do developers forget about the concept of checkpoints and things like that at the end of their games? Why? Why do they just seem to think that those are no longer necessary? And that wasting your player's time is the best way to design a game? Just gonna take a massive shortcut there, because fuck you then.
A fissure split straight through the mighty cliffside. The drip of water echoed all the way up and down.
It's like, maybe it's just me, but I've never been a believer in the idea of less checkpoints making a game harder in a meaningful way. Especially when your punishment for death is literally just, oh hey, you just go back to that checkpoint. There's no lives or anything. It literally takes you like 5 seconds to reappear at that checkpoint. And you're just rerunning the thing you just did. For no other reason than because the developer decided, you need to do that again because you made a mistake. Like, simple mistakes get punished by wasting your time. Just not really logic I can get behind. Especially in a situation like this where the failure to grab that pole is not my fault, really. Because it's a simple case of, oh yeah, you just didn't manage to grab it, I guess, because you swung past it a pixel short. I see why they give you the option of breaking down through that floor now, though, because that's where they expect you to get a checkpoint from. Rather than bother to put a checkpoint in, they just put a breakable floor so you go back to an old checkpoint. I missed the shortcut that time. Okay, good. At least it didn't checkpoint me in the old fort somehow. I would have been very angry. Yeah, you know, just don't grab anything, I guess. That worked, though. We ended up going where I wanted to. That worked. Because we just need to go... The only reason we're even bothering to go over here is because we have to pull one stupid lever. But you have to go the longest way around to pull that.
Straight through the mighty cliffside.
So it makes me really wonder, how the hell did any of this machinery work under normal circumstances? Like, did they just have some poor sap have to go all the way around every time they wanted to turn the rest of this stuff on? Or was this stuff just never used? And what does this even do? Aside from move a bunch of big blocks around uselessly. Like, they just kind of move up and down. They don't do anything. They're just kind of there. There we go. Touch this checkpoint so that I don't have to do this stupid landing again. We'll have to redo part of the climb when I die again. And yes, I mean when, because invariably the Sandfox is going to fail me again, and I'm going to continue to be very disappointed in them. Huh. Oh, good. Don't jump where I wanted you to. No, just smack your head into everything. Maybe you'll get smarter. Really now? Really? That counted as me getting crushed, huh? I was fully past it, but I guess a whisper of my shoe was within the crusher, so it counted. Brilliant. Brilliant. I'm glad the smell of my shoe is enough to kill me if something crushes that. Fuck's sake. This really does confirm the old bias I used to have of finishing most games isn't worth it because the end of a lot of games is terrible. I presume I missed this checkpoint on my way down, which, after the first time, it makes sense that I missed that checkpoint.
The pipe seemed alive to the Sandfox, groaning and hissing at odd intervals, radiating a constant warmth.
I'm glad I did the single wall jump trick again by accident there, otherwise we wouldn't have made that. Some of that shit I would have expected out of a hack, not a released video game. But there we go. We made it to where I tried to get to so long ago because I thought that's where I was supposed to be. Once you enter the shifting sands, you cannot return to Karaman. That's fine. Get me over there.
An expanse of sand, streaming as far as the eye could see.
Hi guys, how you doing?
The Sandfox marveled at the size of the Armuzi camp. Even if the whole army worked together, there was no natural way they could have built their fortifications so quickly.
That is a lot of enemy soldiers.
On the desert's edge, the Armuzi army sat in their camps.
I'm
their
real glad that I'm
built,
still flying.
And the traitor queen of Karaman in their ranks. They prepared to lay siege.
Finally bringing the siege part of Siege and Sandfox fully into view again. I guess I just need to scoop my way through these caves and this will be over.
Soldiers were famed across the world for their prowess. The Sandfox would face no greater test.
And it looks like it's gonna be a case of I have to go well out of my way to get to her too, because she's down here. So you would think it'd be just as simple as going to the right down here. But based on where that checkpoint is, I have a sneaking suspicion that that's not going to be the case. Great prowess, buddy. Yeah, because this also leads up. So it must be a case of I gotta go up to go down. But this is the finale. And look, there's checkpoints here.
Legends spoke of the temple in the shifting sands, dedicated to the nameless god of the desert. Its location had been long forgotten, and yet the Armuzi army had built their camp atop it. The Sandfox knew it was no coincidence, forgotten by all but one. The shifting sand sounded like whispering to the Sandfox. The sand soldiers froze the Sandfox's blood. They were so human.
Okay, so there are just like sand soldiers now too. I presume these are the last line of defense between me and the Queen.
Like their flesh and blood counterparts, the sand soldiers kept careful, intelligent watch.
I guess there are some human soldiers here too, based on the guy that's sleeping there. Sand doesn't sleep, humans do. I presume, just like the sand zombies and such, they can't be knocked out.
Destroyed the base,
but they do fall apart.
Destroyed the
Oh no, they
monsters.
just go into knockout state when their jar is destroyed. Interesting. So I guess there's just enough human in them, perhaps, that they're only weakened by that? Or I guess perhaps the sand is controlling like a corpse. Essentially, kind of like a parasite. I wonder if there's another door that I'm supposed to get to before that timer runs out. I hope not. Now, the only screeching I heard was behind me, so I think we're good. Whoop. They're just having a dance party over here. Look at them go. Everybody dance now. Ass, 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 asshole. Get out of my fucking way. Guess I'll just have to do it the long way, huh? Gotta do everything the long way. Get past the dance party. There she is. Just gotta get to her now. Oh, hope I didn't need to get up there. Hi, die. Now it looks like I do have to go through this whole process over here, which isn't much. There's not much more. As long as she doesn't dodge death again, we've got this. Thankfully, this jar is conveniently located. Easy reach.
Another base broken. More sand monsters turned into harmless piles.
No, for all that she's got all these sand monsters, she has an awful lot of guards just conveniently hanging around.
How many peoples they had conquered.
Well.
The queen was alone. Believed herself alone. Believed herself safe.
Why
And on the
didn't that
verge of
door open?
victory, altogether unaware.
It just said open. It didn't say it was locked or anything. But I guess that door just isn't a real door. I guess I'll have to take the high-flying path that's going to be really annoying and janky to land on. Missed it again! Hooray! Gonna have to be fast than that, boys.
The queen
There we
was
go.
alone. Believed herself alone. Believed herself safe. And on the verge of victory, altogether unaware of the one who watched from the shadows. The Sandfox readied her glass.
What? Why did she turn into a sand zombie stomp and I just died? What? Oh, I think I know the right angle now. Nope. Fuck you. Which way did he go, George? Which way did he go? Idiot. Anyway, now I can just do this freely and yep, I'm gonna get it right the first time. Of course I am.
The queen was alone. Believed herself alone. Believed herself safe. And on the verge of victory, altogether unaware of the one who watched from the shadows. The Sandfox readied her glass dagger and...
Let's wait for her to come back over so I don't fuck this up again. And you'll notice they slipped there. They kept saying his before. But now they said her glass dagger. Also, can't help but notice that they have auto-aggroed, so... What? I'm so glad this is so well designed, making such a perfect moment for the end of the game. No glitches here, no seeing you when you're invisible or anything, no. Fuck's sake. Oh, guess we're doing this bit again. Kill me. See, these guys killing me on sight makes a little bit more sense than everyone else in town killing me on sight as well.
The queen was alone.
Fucking
Believed
hell.
herself alone. Believed herself safe. And on the
Knock, knock.
verge of victory. All
Girl Scout
together
cookies.
unaware of the one who watched from the shadows. The Sandfox readied her glass dagger and...
Yeah, because even after it was revealed that the Handmaiden took over for the Sandfox, they were still saying his, or their. It's interesting how they just are changing that as they go.
The queen was alone. Believed herself alone. Believed herself safe. And on the verge of victory. All together unaware of the one who watched from the shadows. The Sandfox readied her glass dagger and...
Now wait for her to turn around. I'm gonna drop down and just walk it in. There it is. Stab the soul out of her. Ooh, a little bit flashing. Watch your eyes. There you go.
Shh. Shh. Lie quiet and I'll tell you truth. In the time after the Sandfox, there was no king and no queen. Thus, wise old Dr. Zachariah assumed rule as prime minister. In his good reign, some came into the light. Hester, the matron of the Ratcatchers, led many of her people upward. There in the sun, she prepared for them more wholesome feasts. And so Gull and Hamal enjoyed for the first time a fare finer than rats. Karim, loyal to the people, was made captain of the guard. And Gaspar felt redeemed, returned to the Star Watch. Likewise, after their fight, Rami and Cyrus emerged from the pits and became defenders of the city.
Hell yeah.
Vashti, who knew how to make men strong, accepted an offer to train heroes for the kingdom.
That's a good job for her.
The dead hand, who yearned for a return to sacred days, ascended. Invited by Dr. Zachariah to revive the old festivals and heal Karaman.
Makes sense for them to do that, yeah.
And the revolutionary? The poetry of her words painted the city walls and shall last long after they fall. But not all came into the light. Some stayed in the dark. Arman remained alone in the depths, or almost alone.
Him and his rats.
With the other rat-catchers gone above, he found more friends than ever before. Roshan was content to stay with his riches, feeling the light could offer him nothing that gold could not buy. Jacques. What could be said of Jacques? He had found somewhere he was happy and felt no need to change.
He would rather be in prison.
Myra stayed below in service to the city, tending the fungal farms, discovering new ways to heal the sick. The Darklings maintained their shrine to Jarbu, and they built a new one, where now rests the body of a great man, broken from a great fall. And the Sandfox? The Sandfox was never seen again. They left behind only one trace, a note on the desk of Dr. Zachariah. We met because the people were not well served. Let us not meet again. And I'm glad to say that the Sandfox and all the people of Karaman lived long and happily ever after.
So that was Siege and the Sandfox. Not a bad ending. it tied up most of the loose ends. It didn't address the fact that we saw one of the handmaidens pick up the mantle of the Sandfox. But this, I guess, implies that she kept on the mantle of the Sandfox and went on to do whatever she wanted, really. Having gained those abilities over the course of that adventure, as well, right? I stand by what I said about I feel like they could have removed the entire sequence of pursuing the jars, and I don't think it would have affected anything mechanically. Again, I do understand from a narrative perspective that they felt they needed those, because it otherwise would not have made any sense that the queen did not die when we killed her, or tried to kill her in her bedroom, more or less. But I feel like it could have been explained in a more just as coherent way, without adding a lot of extra running around the map to areas that really just didn't even need to be there. None of those were particularly challenging. The longest part of that was me getting stuck on a jump that they made needlessly janky by making it very, very precise. What they could have done was just put a jar over in the enemy camp, or like I said before, have it be your reward for actually clearing out all the monster jars, or just have the monster jars be the thing. Like, any of those would have worked to mesh that together in a better way than just having these jars arbitrarily appear in existence when they were needed. Because we were in the room where one of them was, and I remember looking up and I didn't see it. Like, maybe it was out of sight, maybe it was just high enough up I couldn't see it. I'm willing to accept that as a reality, but it just doesn't feel like that segment was necessary. Conversely, in some ways, parts of this felt like you were rushed through areas a little bit. Like, some areas you just kind of were in for like half an hour and you were in and out and gone. And like, obviously, part of what made this game end up taking, I think it ended up being like 10.5 hours between the first session and now. The game file's not going to reflect the correct number because it cuts out deaths rolling you back to checkpoints. But I'm just looking at the stream timer. It probably, like I'd mentioned before, would have taken only closer to 8, even, if I hadn't gotten so fixated on thinking I had the right pathing. And you'll notice I changed the way I phrased that. I am taking partial responsibility for this. I hyperfixated on the wrong aspects of what I thought the pathing was asking me to do. But I came to those conclusions because their flagging was not clear. But since I have clear indication that they're working on that, I'm willing to step back on that a little bit. And also, now that I can more clear-headedly think about it, because I'm not agitated at it as much, I can also acknowledge, like I said, that it is partially my fault. I do think that they could have spread out the cultist area a bit more as well, because that area was just kind of there and then gone. It would have been like a 5-second breeze of an area if it wasn't so chock full of cultists to a kind of ridiculous degree. And that's why I think they should have spread that area out a bit more, so they could have spread those cultists out a bit further. So you would still have a challenge to get through them, but you wouldn't feel rushed in and compressed in with them, where there's like 7 of them on screen at once. That was just a little ridiculous. And as I mentioned before, if they just, like, don't have the narration repeat as frequently, I think that would solve basically all of the issues of this game, and it would actually be very good at that point. As it stands, it's not bad. I want people to understand that. I don't think this is a bad game. I don't hate it. I was very frustrated with it for a bit there, and I do think that there are things that could be better about it, including the glitchiness of some of the movement. Could definitely do with polishing out. And if this was an early access game, a lot of the complaints I'm going to mention now would be tossed out, because they would still be working on it. But since this is a released product, I have to point out that the bugginess is an issue. That's where the separation there comes from. The amount of enemies getting caught on ladders and just dancing around, or just getting caught in place because their patrol pattern broke, made the game needlessly frustrating and difficult in places. And I think that's actually a big origin point of my problem with the game. Especially, like I said, in that cultist area, because the biggest linchpin of us getting stuck there was those 2 guards that were stuck standing on that lever that are supposed to be patrolling. We saw them patrol at least one of the times we were there, and whenever you set them off and let them reset, they do start patrolling, which means they were originally intended to be patrolling guards. If they just fix the pathing issues, I think that's honestly enough. Because the other issues only really started grabbing towards me and agitating me once we ran into too many of those pathing issues, where enemies were getting stuck and not getting out of the way like they're supposed to for somebody who actually play the game as a stealth game. Because stationary enemies work for stealth only when there's a path you can take to get around them. And too many of the ones that got stuck had no path to get around them. I also did not realize Chucklefish helped with this in terms of funding. No matter the issues I have with some of the things Chucklefish have put out, I'm glad they are willing to support other indies and are good about that. They are good people in that regard. I think I just keep having a perpetual gray mark. I can't say a black mark on them in my head over Starbound being such a disappointment to me. Even if it got better in some ways, it also got worse, and that's a whole conversation we don't need to be having right now. That's a conversation for another time, potentially never, who knows. Depends on if that conversation ever becomes relevant. What I do know is today's adventure is over. We are done. I'm going to go ahead and mark Siege and the Sandfox off on the list before I go and find a raid target. If I find a raid target, because I am a little done at this point, because we did push to finish that. But I do still intend to take a look at the list and see what I can do there. But hey, that's the 3rd game for May, so that's good. And that makes 12 for the year. So we're still maintaining our slightly above double what the month is record. So that's nice. And it is nice to be ahead of the ball game is if you remember, when I started this year off, I said I was going to aim for just one a month. But there's been just a bunch of games that I've either enjoyed enough that I wanted to stubbornly finish them, or just games that happen to actually be reasonable length. So we finished them. You have a good amount of people on right now. I just need to ask myself the all-important question of, after the agitation and everything, am I in the right headspace to bring people to somebody else? Do I think I'll be able to bring a good attitude wherever I take y'all? And it is 8:30, it's not late. So I could definitely stay up and about. So there are obviously things I'm going to want to do before the end of the day, like, I don't know, eat. So I won't be able to just hover the whole time. I should probably at least send y'all somewhere. Yeah, you know what? It's been a little bit since we've gone over there. Let me just make sure that they're not about to end. Oh wow, they're just beginning actually, so that works out pretty well. And I'll be honest, I didn't realize it had been the last 30 days. I genuinely thought it had been longer than that I had last rated Megan. But we're going there anyway. I have decided, so I don't have to think about it too much today. Since we've already done a lot of thinking and a lot of today. So, schedule coming up. Thursday, we will probably try out Tinkerlands for fun, because I picked it up and I had been looking forward to that game for a while. Well, after playing the demo. Friday will either be more Monster Train, which I've unlocked some more stuff for Monster Train, so there's going to be more for me to do with that. Or a Lurkit game, and then Saturday will be whichever one doesn't happen on Friday, basically. Yeah, that's all I got. Be good to Megan, she's good people, and I will see you all on Thursday. Good night, everybody. Yeah, one on body right.